of the university, esteemed faculties, professors from Taiwan, and all participation from different places, greetings and best wishes. Special thanks to Director School of International Relation, Cooperation in Strategic Language for organizing of this workshop to share our thought with all our colleagues in India and also Taiwan's professors. As yesterday we discussed some issues about Afghanistan, today I want to discuss about profile of Taliban. As you know, effort to find a political solution in Afghanistan have intensified. The favor of sitting at the negotiation table with the Taliban is so intense that no one noticed the method of use to achieve this goal. Effort to negotiate with the Taliban are not based on a precise definition of the Taliban in their strategic goal. None of the actors in Afghanistan agree on who are Talibans and what they want. In their strategic aspirations, all actors agree. All actors agree the solution in Afghanistan is not the continuing of the war, but reaching a political agreement. But any negotiation, but anyone don't know by their strategic goals. The current actors, the international community, the United States, Pakistan, Afghan government, and other regional countries do not agree on Taliban in their strategic aspirations. None of the party has made it clear who are their opponent, the Taliban, is and what their main intention are. Is the Taliban who are focused on survival in power sharing or the occupation of Afghanistan in the re-establishment of Taliban Emirat? There are also no clear view on the Taliban supporters. Effort to find a political solution to the Afghan war will fail until actors are clear in agreed definitions of what the Taliban want and what their strategic demands. This is why the negotiation effort has so far failed. With one definition, the Taliban separate group of Al Qaeda, another calling the disgruntled brothers in.
Mr. Ferdows, sorry for interrupting. I think for some reason we are not able to see your PowerPoint.
Okay.
Can you just
yes, yes, we will sir.
Yes, we can see it now.
Yes. Okay. It's
yeah.
Okay now?
Thank you. Sorry for interrupting.
As I told, there is no one view in Taliban. In this situation, it's very difficult to reach a political solution for success. It is seen that there are currently a few type of definitions in acknowledge of the Taliban. We will discuss about those views which is now current Afghan people or international community have about Talibans. The one view or theory which is in Afghanistan, Afghan people have about Taliban is the Taliban is political representative of a tribe. In some regional, in international circles, the Taliban are referred to as a political representative of an Afghan tribe. This circle think that the large ethnic group in Afghanistan does not have access to justice, has been oppressed, and does not have access to their rights. According to this view, this is why the Taliban have a strong social base in this ethnic area. Proponents of the theory say the Taliban are fighting for the rights of the ethnic group, and the war will continue until this ethnic area gets their rights. The Pakistan military and some of its politicians are strongly in favor of this theory. Amrullah Saleh, the vice president, say uh, Pakistani generals hope that one day the world will accept the idea that the Taliban are representative of the one of Afghan's tribes. A number of uh, expatriate theorists are also promoting this theory in world media. But this theory is based on false informations. The current war inflicted the most damage of Afghans' Pashtuns. They tell that Taliban are representative of the majority tribes which is in Afghanistan called in Pashtuns. But since uprising the war destroyed Pashtun village and set fire to their schools, Pashtun tribes leader have also been assassinated, and assassination of Pashtun tribes leaders have continued since beginning of war in 2005. A few years ago, a Kabul newspaper published the letter of assassinated tribal leaders in famous district of Kandahar province, and also one school lecturer, teacher, which he got master degree abroad in one of Afghanistan province, Zabul, they killed, which show large number of killing of Pashtun leaders. When this is the case in when this is the case in one district, it is clear that the situation is the same throughout the southern province. This fact show that the theory of Taliban representation of a tribe, which is called Pashtun, is very baseless and far from the truth. But unfortunately, number of international circle insist on it. If Taliban are negotiated on this basis, and it is assumed that they are the political representative of a tribe, there will be no peace because such thing is not true. We can't tell that the Taliban is the representative of a tribe because they have in their structure Uzbek, Hazara, Turkmen, from all tribe they have their fighters, their commanders from all tribe they have. Another theory which is discussed about Taliban that they a lot of people say the Taliban are proxy group of Pakistan. This theory which is discussed that the Taliban is that the fighting in Afghanistan on behalf of the Pakistan military in intelligence. This theory has very long life. For the first of time in 1995, the Mujahideen government called the Taliban a proxy group in Pakistan. Gulbuddin Hikmatyar, which you know, the higher commander of Mujahideen, and he got a lot of support at that time from US in another Western countries, was the first one to say about existence of the Taliban that the group was formed on the basis of foreign conspiracy aimed at elimination of Mujahideen. The plan was developed by the British ambassador of to Pakistan and founded by Islamic country aimed at Pakistan and support by a number of Islamic party in the country. His aim was Jamaatul Islami. Benazir Bhutto, Pakistan Prime Minister at the time of the Taliban rise, say after the September 11 attacks that the Taliban was a joint plan between the United States, United Kingdom, and ISI, Pakistan intelligence. The Pakistan authorities are still talking like this and wishing the Taliban success in prosperity. Will the Taliban have taken control of Kabul, the opposition united and the front line has also mobilized them to represent the Pakistan government in Kabul. The main reason for the armed residence at the time was the Taliban were not independent, but were occupying Afghanistan on behalf of Pakistan army and wanted to implement Pakistan's strategic goals in the country. With the resumption of Taliban in 2005 in its onslaught, the official position of Afghan government was that the Taliban bases in training camps were in Pakistan soil. In present, the work organization, the fact that the Taliban leaders in their bases are in Pakistan. Pakistan also has all resources in possibilities uh, at its disposals. Quetta, Karachi, Peshawar, the main city of Pakistan, hosts the Taliban in the tribe area of Pakistan training camps for militants in the Taliban suicide bombers. These facts includes the Pakistan army is in position to support Taliban's. Support of this theory said that based on above fact that the Taliban are fighting by representative of Pakistan army in intelligence and they called it is a reality. NATO commanders, NATO intelligence agency, and Western academic in media circles all acknowledge that there is an organic relation between Pakistan military and the Taliban. The former Canadian ambassador to Afghanistan has reiterated that Pakistan support the Taliban. Chris Alexander wrote on his uh, Twitter account that Pakistan Prime Minister Imran Khan is hyporated, a deceiver and shameless man who has been propagandizing for Taliban for decades. He added that Imran Khan should be severely punished and tried at International Court of Justice in Hague. Alexander comments come after a number of senior Pakistan officials, including Imran Khan, have recently said that the Taliban have changed, are smart and intelligent people. Meanwhile, Pakistan Foreign Minister Shah Mahmood Qureshi said that the Taliban would not allow ISIS to operate in Afghanistan. Former Canadian ambassador to Kabul, Chris Alexander, has reiterated that the Taliban are uh, waging a proxy war in Afghanistan in fighting for Pakistan. Alexander said in a tweet that the Taliban are a proxy war fighting for Pakistan military. Newly Pakistan Interior Minister Sheikh Rashid has confirmed that the Taliban leaders are in Pakistan. They wounded are being treated there, there, and even their bodies are being buried in Pakistan. In the event that the Taliban are fighting on behalf of Pakistan, army in Afghanistan, do not justify negotiation with them for another logical reasons. Then the Pakistani general must be negotiated. The Pakistan general should be explained why they created the Taliban project and what they want from the people of Afghanistan and world. That is the questions which international communities, regional country, international countries like United States, like British, they can ask from Pakistan's. Their theory, which is in Afghanistan about Taliban also, the Taliban is extremist group out of control. Another theory that has been put forward these days is that the Taliban is ideological arm in extremists out of control based in tribe area between Afghanistan and Pakistan and has now become a global phenomenon. The followers of this theory said that there is no support of official institutions like ISI or another in Pakistan to support Taliban. Proponents of this theory believe that the Taliban are independent and are fighting in Afghanistan. Those who are convict the Taliban do not rely on the ISI. Rather, the Pakistani Taliban have provided them with strategic depth on Pakistan soil. This theory is newly formed and does not long life. Not, it don't have long life. If this is the case, then there is no possibility of any political negotiation or agreement with this current situation. The UN Security Council should to raise the destruction of their bases in tribes area by the International Security Assistance Force ISAF in the Afghan and Pakistan military. These theories show that there is still no consensus among the major global and regional actors on the nature of the Taliban in their strategic aspirations, and that until launch an agreement is reached, effort to reach a political solution will not succeed. Another theory which about Taliban is the Taliban is an independent political movement. This theory, which exists about the Taliban, is that the Taliban is an independent political movement, is that not belong to any other state or foreign elements. All members of this movement are Afghans and have pure Islamic faith, and they say that we are fighting to end the infidel occupation of Afghanistan led by the United States, and that Afghanistan is an Islamic country and must have absolutely Islamic government based the principle of Islam. The support of this idea raised some questions like why did the United States invade and occupied Afghanistan? What was the main reasons? Why they occupied Afghanistan? And why has the United States attacked people's homes, innocent peoples, and killed so many innocent people in Afghanistan? It is very reality. I'm witness that the US attacked by a lot of innocent people just by the name of Taliban and Al Qaeda. I am witness in my own province that there were no Taliban, just they attacked by a lot of ceremony, religious ceremonies, by a lot of wedding ceremonies. They killed a lot of innocent people. That is one reason also that we call that they killed innocent people, and a lot of people are stand opposite of United States and opposite of the government, and they support Taliban. That is the main reason also. And they ask, why doesn't the one who rules Afghanistan in the name of republic raises his voice while killing and bombing innocent people of Afghanistan? And that time, those people which they have power in Afghanistan since 2001, up to now they didn't tell that why United States kill our innocent peoples. This question also, a lot of Afghan people raise these questions. And also they ask which government which was now formed in Afghanistan all is mercenary government formed by United States, and it is other allies with no independence. They tell there is no independence. Every decision is made by United States and their foreign supporters. This government don't have independence. This thing says also clearly that in some issues, a lot of decisions are made by United States and taken by the government. They say also, election are not generals. Elections, everything that is done in the name of election deceives the people. Proponent of this ideology are most concerned about the formation of national unity government in Afghanistan and formation of current government in which the president received less than 1 million votes. They gave this one example. They say it is a shame for the government that the ceremony was first held in two places and that mediated by foreigners. As you know, now population of Afghanistan is 35 millions. And those people which they can give votes, they are at least 20 millions. If we 20 millions, if we so know that is 15 millions or 10 millions, just the president which is current now, he is president of Afghanistan, he get 8 lakhs vote. By 8 lakhs vote which when we got, after that Abdullah didn't accept, and foreigners ambassadors in Afghanistan came and they signed a treaty and they divided the power a 50-50. After that the people say that why we should accept this government which is made by one agreement of foreigners. There were no independent elections, just they came to share powers, that we are not Afghans, we should also have powers in Afghanistan, we have also supporters. They say also the government officials have came only for their personal interest in their families of living in abroad. They are only making economic gains in sending them abroad. They don't have care about nations. They often see set officials from Karzai era who have now returned from their country. That is absolutely reality. A lot of those people which they have power in Afghanistan now, and they tell that we support republics and we support their constitutions, we support human rights. There is a lot of things that constitution of Afghanistan violated by those people which they have power in Afghanistan now. In which constitutions they write that when one person loses the election, they can divide the power. That is not according to constitutions. Those people which they have power in Afghanistan as a minister, as a deputy minister, as all of those higher officials, their family are living in abroad. A few days ago, I will give examples. Our Minister of Finance, he gave his resignation in go abroad. A lot of them are now the situation in currently not good. They are getting their diplomat back and go back and join with their family. And also, corruption is rampant immoral issue. Though the supporter of this idea say that corruption is rampant, immoral issue are reported in the media that are in conflict with Islamic value. They think that the continuation of such government will turn our generations away from Islamic futures. Many people support this idea, but most of them do not access to the media. And they owe it from the government. So we can say that this idea also has many supporters. But, but the supporter of this idea, a lot of them don't have access to the media. A lot of them are living in rural area, district places. They don't have access to internet, Facebook, Twitter to raise their voices. For this reason, we can say that this theory has also a lot of supporters in Afghanistan. The Karzai, ex-president of Afghanistan, a few days ago, he talked with an interview in Afghanistan. One journalist asked him if Taliban occupy a few province, and that time uh, the government can attack by them. He don't know why they should attack by them. They are not Afghan. If we occupy, if the government occupy a province, by which reason they occupy? By which reason they came to the power? For this reason, the Karzai say, if Taliban occupy, they are Afghan, they have their rights occupied. And also Hanifat Mar, the current government minister, Foreign Affairs, told that the Taliban are Afghan and we can negotiate it with them. Those are the four theory which in Afghanistan people support them. We discussed about this, and now I want to discuss about ideology and objectives of Taliban. The Taliban ideology is deeply rooted in Hanafi school of Islamic jurisprudence. Well, the ideology of the Taliban has been evolving since the movement established in 1990. The Taliban leaders today generally support the establishment of the government by Sharia Islamic law in the creation of an Islamic Emirat in Afghanistan. The Taliban evaluate the rule of Islamic scholars they call ulama, that is issue legal ruling they call fatwa in all aspects of daily life. They gave decision or order. Fatwa means the decision which is made by uh, council of ulama or scholars. The ulama play a particularly important role in monitoring society conformity with their view and the prescription of Islam in the conservatively interpreting religious doctrine. Armed jihad has been an integral means for Taliban to establish Islamic Emirat along with the education and preaching or dawah. For Taliban leaders, armed jihad is obligatory for all Muslims, particularly Afghans, and must be undertaken against all enemy of Islam. Taliban leaders have been particularly uh, adamant about armed jihad to course the withdrawal of US and other international forces. For example, Taliban celebrated the February 2020 deal with the United States a majority victory and urged supporters to continue armed jihad in publication and their website appropriately called Voice of Jihad or the Jihad Gab. Even as Taliban leaders discussed that the start of peace negotiations in March 2020. A number of Taliban field commanders informed civilian population that following the withdrawal of US force, they were confident of the victory of Islamic Emirates and that the Afghan government would be toppled within the 3 months through the armed jihad. More recently, the Taliban has moderated its view on some issues such as the education of girls and the issue of modern technology in digital platform. Taliban deputy leader uh, wrote in February 2020 that the Taliban would build an Islamic system in which all Afghans have equal rights, where the rights of women that are granted by the Islam, from the rights to education to right the work, are protected. Organization structure of Taliban. To accomplish its main objective, the Taliban has established a relatively centralized organizations. The Taliban organized structure is the Rahbari Shura, uh, or Leadership Council, which is outlined in figure. The body is often colloquially referred to as the Quetta Shura, becomes some of its member in their family life uh, in around the Pakistan city of Quetta. The Taliban has also regional shura in Pakistan, Peshawar in Miran Shah, beginning around 2005. The Taliban established a shura in Mashhad, Iran. It's called Mashhad Shura or Mashhad Council to observe operation in western Afghanistan with the aid of Iranian government Islamic Revolution Guard Corps force. The Rahbari Shura does not exercise of unfettered control over the regional shura and rank and field members. To help run the organization, the Taliban has several commissions they call commission. The Taliban's Commission for Financial Affairs plays an important role in securing funding for the group. The Taliban receive money from the cultivation, production, and trafficking of opium. The Taliban has also allowed drug smuggling syndicates, known the Tanzims, to operate in return for a portion of the profit. In addition, the Taliban has profited from the uh, production and trafficking in they reportedly control nearly two-thirds of uh, methamphetamine laboratories in Farah, in Nimruz province in western of Afghanistan. Estimates of the Taliban's over revenues range of 300 millions USD to roughly 155 billions per year. The Taliban secure funding in range away, such as the road taxes they call Osher and Zakat. Also, in addition, they give taxes and infrastructure utilized in agriculture under their influence of controls area. The Taliban have also secured funding through the extortion against mobile telephone and electricity companies, as well as receive money from the illegal extraction of minerals, hence golds and another minerals in those area which is under control of Taliban. In their military and strategic tactics. To achieve their objective, Taliban leaders have conducted a campaign emphasizing the importance of armed jihad. A strategy includes the utilization of ambushes, right, and other hit and runs attack to the weaken a government's political will to fight. The primary goal of strategy is to defeat the will of the government by mobilizing of civilians population, undermining government support, and raising the cost of continuous fighting. It is noted necessarily to defeat the capacity of its adversary to fight. Uh, the strategy is palatable to insurgent groups that are significantly weaker than their adversaries, which is why a group campaign is sometimes linked to war of flee. Taliban leaders have generally eschewed conventional military strategy to goal a conventional strategy is to win the war in serious battle by the destroying an adversary physical capacity to resist. Unlike a group strategy, conventionally strategy focus on defeating the security force of the government in international backers. Invading guerrilla warfare, the Taliban's military structure include provincial and district military commanders, including those at the following levels: large front, they called Loi Mahas, front Mahas, group, its same group, and team, they called Dalgai. They all have their own commanders. Among the most effective in negotiation Taliban unit has been the Sraketa. It they make a reed unit they call Sraketa, which is are roughly equivalent to special operation force trying to operate in a small group. The complement military operations Taliban leaders have long recognized the importance of propaganda as one of the Taliban uh, media official acknowledged wars today cannot be won without media. If the media can defeat the heart, then the body is defeated too, and the battle is won. The Taliban's information campaign relies on tradition tools like Shabnama. They call Shabnama two night letters. In night letters, they divided in cities, uh, districts, and villages. Night letters. And also, they say taranas. Tarana means chants. They make in very good sounds that it have very impressed by peoples. Fumes, khutbah, Friday ceremonies, graffiti, printed materials, and other mediums. The Taliban also use radio broadcasts, text message, social media like Facebook and Twitter, and website to issue propaganda. Nowadays, they came live in Facebook and they say about themselves and their slogans to the peoples. While the Taliban have succeeded in waging in sustained campaign against the United States and its partner for nearly 2 decades, they have faced serious setback. They have failed to seize and hold a major cities in Afghanistan. The Taliban attempt to capture Kunduz city since 2015, but could not maintain control of the city. But nowadays, you have information yesterday since they captured 11 province. Yesterday night, we follow the news that they capture Herat province, which is the third big and famous province. Relations, their relation with non-state actors. In February 2020 agreement, the Taliban in United States, the Taliban agreed to prevent Al Qaeda and other groups from using Afghanistan territory to threaten the United States and its partners. Yet, the available evidence indicate the Taliban retained closely with all Al Qaeda and several other groups. Relations between the Taliban and Al Qaeda idea have lasted for nearly 2.5 decades. After the September attack, 2001 attack, the Taliban refused to hand over Osama bin Laden to the United States. Today, the Taliban retain close relations with Al Qaeda, including its local affiliate. Al Qaeda idea in the Indian subsequent as 2020 U.S. Department of Defense uh, assessment conclude dispute recent progress in peace progress. uh, AQIS maintain close to the Taliban in Afghanistan, likely for protection in training contact between Al Qaeda and the Haqqani network, including remains particularly close. They share long-standing personal relation, intermarriage, a shared history of struggle, and sympathetic ideologies. In Taliban leader remain focused on establishing an Islamic Emirate. Regarding the Taliban relation with ISIS, the Taliban are against ISIS. They have fought many wars with each other in Afghanistan, especially in eastern province, Lagman, Nuristan, Kunar, and Nimrah. I'm witnessing in my own province that they fought many times, many battles among themselves, and finally the Taliban succeed and killed a lot of ISIS members. One of district which is very famous in our province, Lagman province, it's called Alingar province. There is one village which is very famous for fighting. That village was captured. Its name is Nurlam Dara. That village was captured by ISIS, and after the Taliban start very heavy fight with ISIS, and also they lose their a lot of members, also Taliban, but they feed to the ISIS. Now in our province there is no ISIS. That one example which I give it, and I saw in I hear in our own province. Outside supporters. One of the most important reasons the Taliban have resist their ability to secure outside assistance from state. The Taliban received support from their primary state backer, Pakistan, as well as from Iran and Russia. Pakistan, especially the country most power spy agency, the Inter-Service Intelligence ISI Directorate, has aided the Taliban since their rise in Afghanistan. Over the past decade, the ISI and other Pakistani agencies have provided money, equipment, intelligence, strategic guidance, and perhaps more importantly, struck sanctuary to the Taliban. As already noted, the Taliban's Rahbari Shura and several of other most important regional shuras such as the Peshawar and Miran Shah Shura are located in Pakistan. States, in addition, much of the Taliban's propaganda production infrastructure has been located in Pakistan, including media production facility like Al Amara in Hijrat, the monthly pamphlet, and such magazines as Al Sumud, Resistance in Fight, Shahamat, Courage, Ilham, it means inspirations, in Murchal, it means drink. In addition to Pakistan, Iran has aided the Taliban, particularly the Islamic Revolutionary Guards Force, the preliminary arm of IRGC. Iran is likely motivated by the desire to remove the US military presence from Afghanistan, dual relation with Taliban as it plays a more important political role in the country in weakening the Islamic State. Iran has provided money, weapons such as the Kalashnikov and long-range sun-pear relief materials such as exclusive remote control technology for lead in night vigilant goals, logistic in training to the Taliban, including at camps in Iran, but Iranian aid has been limited and it has not likely provided so far to air missiles or other advanced weapons to the Taliban or other Afghan groups. The IRGC, the QFs, it's the Guards of Iran's Revolutionary, also helped the Taliban establish a shura in Mashhad to observe operation in western Afghanistan, as well as office in Zaidan in Sistan of Iran. These Taliban hubs in Iran allow two organizations to plan operation, train, and move weapons and material into Afghanistan, including such provinces at Nimroz, Farah, Herat, and Badghis, outside the reach of the US and Afghan government. Russia also provides some aid to the Taliban, though Moscow supports peace talks as well. Moscow likely motivated by desires to expand Russian influence and its southern flank in Central in South Asia, secure the withdrawal of U.S. military force, counter Islamic State operation in uh, cultivate influence within the Taliban in case they return to power. Russian support to the Taliban is not new. Around 2016, Russia began to provide limited assistance to the Taliban, including small arms and money, according to U.S. government assessment. In addition to Russia, military allegedly encourage and offer money to Taliban like militant in Afghanistan to target foreign force, including possibly U.S. Troops also. Now, the very important question that a lot of people discuss about this, that why the Taliban does not agree with ceasefires. What is the main problem? I would like to. Sorry, I will watch the my. So I have. Okay, I have time. I would like to discuss another issues here. Discuss the fact that the international community, the Afghan government in people, as well as a number of regional countries are arguing the Taliban to temporarily ceasefire fighting and call for a ceasefire. The question is why the Taliban do not agree to the ceasefire. The Taliban must answer some key questions before agree to ceasefire. During the 3 days of Eid al-Fitr ceasefire in 2018, images were released from different parts of Afghanistan showing members of Taliban celebrate Eid with the security force and peoples. And ceasefire is a sign of the will of the parties involved to achieve a common goal in peace negotiations. Global experience has shown that the ceasefire is a very difficult but instructive decision in the nearly stage of peace building. Ceasefire can create a variety of justification and interpretation for actors in war and peace. For Taliban to agree a ceasefire, they must ask and they must give the answer and they must find the answer to uh, some key questions. I will raise these key questions which they have. First question, which is discussed about ceasefire, and that is that what we are fighting for. The key ask themselves this question and then come to the conclusion that if we fought for victory, would ceasefire bring us victory? A ceasefire is a deal, and perhaps a difficult political deal. that will lead to our failure. The ceasefire will determine our rule in the division of power. And if we do not win this war, our place in power will be limited. Hence, they prefer to victory of jihad in Talibanism over the ceasefire, which means continuation of war. The second uh, question which they discuss that what we will be source of the war and the time of ceasefire. It is clear that war is one of the most popular form of trading in modernizations of the world. The Taliban also have credible resource for the warfare that keep the Taliban infrastructure afloat and turn it around. Taliban leader thinkers and traders are interested in this infrastructure. In addition, narcotics, the Taliban controlled supplies, taxes, and border smuggling are lucrative source of income for Taliban. The ceasefire put the content of the infrastructure in their monetary resources in the hand of Taliban fighters. The third questions which rises what we will they do with us. The Taliban play a role under the umbrella of Pakistan and other allies in Gulf. The Taliban travel with their passports, open bank accounts, use their geography, treat their audit in their hospital, and reap the benefit of their power in the neighborhood where their family live. It is possible to make a big decision like ceasefire fire without their support. This is considered a stupid act. Fourth, what to say madrasa? Madrasa they call religious schools. Just they taught religious studies. The answer to this question is very difficult. If we say that we will no longer wage jihad, our intellectual foundation will be overthrown. Our ideological continuous to play uh, uh, the rule of children who will be promoted in shout Talibanism tomorrow. Schools send thousands of teens to battlefield every year. How can this great and historic achievement be sacrificed to a ceasefire? With a government does not care about our school at all. That they tell this government not pay attention to our religious school. That why should we lose these weapons? The five questions they must say we are we willing to lose all this global attention in importance. This is question goes too deep into the thought of Talibanism. Now we are an important movement in region. Until yesterday, we were considered fightings. Our leaders were rewarded with millions of dollars. Our soldiers were taken to the Guantanamo. Our houses were bombed. The president, prime ministers, our or the foreign minister of the world, major governments meet with our leaders and even their deputies, Moscow, Tehran, Tashkent, Ishqabad, Beijing, and Islamabad paved the way for us. Isn't it a madness to through all these consensus at the foot of a ceasefire that is shaky and fragile with the Kabul government, which does not reflect our legitimacy? Well, the answer is clear. Sixth, What is the answer to the intelligence? It is also very important questions. It is clear the Taliban war is tied to regional intelligence. Credible research has shown that regional intelligence play a central role in the Taliban strategic plans. Research has shown that region intelligence is dominate over the Taliban, that it is tracks their plans, strategic and tactics. The Taliban are will evolve that a rebellion against this power ideal will destroy the ideological content of Talibanism in the fighting of the Taliban. 7. Is the government of Afghanistan is Islamic? That they ask about the current government. This question is also crucial for the Taliban. If we accept that the government of Afghanistan is Muslim and we make a ceasefire with them, then that we become of our essence, which is the Islamic Emirat. Haven't we ever waged a war in accordance with our religious value and our interpretation of it? What can we say to our fighters who have lost all their lives in the name of jihad? We not lose our essence in meaning with ceasefires. The, the Taliban have not yet received clear answer to these difficult questions. 8. What to say to our international friends? That's also very important questions. The fact that is the Taliban have a significant number of international fighters in their stronghold in political rooms. The Taliban international ally from Al Qaeda to regional Islamic movement have had a significant impact on Taliban presence as an undeniable phenomenon in Afghanistan political life. They were they were the ones who launched the most important and complex operation, such as to attack in Intercontinental Hotel in Kabul, to attack in the Greenwell campus for Farians, East Kabul, complex attack on the US base in Bagram, Army in police headquarters in attack on hotel in offices of international organization in Kabul. How can this be viewed and replaced by a ceasefire with the Kabul government? This decision will be crucial for Taliban also. Ninth, how will we manage ethnic hegemony? Confirmation to a ceasefire means mutual acceptances. Afghanistan must be recognized a single system. Its people should be located at with the same eyes and listen to them. But will this not hurt the ethnic hegemony that dominates the Taliban and has created a strategic link between nationalism and Talibanism? It is certainly hurt. So how can this popular West and this useful strategy be sacrificed to social pluralism? Giving this ceasefire dries up the foundation of Taliban. 10th, how did it adapt to demand of time? Now is the age of the internet and the speed of informations. No force can stop it from advancing. Social media transformed the Middle East foundations. The media is the language of civil liberties, human rights, especially rights of women, children. Today, 20% of Afghanistan's population live abroad. A large group of Afghans left in democratic and spread thousands of new news to Afghanistan to Afghan people through the social media every day. The youth of today are not the youth of yesterday. A mobile phone can turn a citizen into a medium. Going to the ceasefire and converging with this dynamic method of information has closed our way to whole slogan of yesterday. We must either modernize our slogan in politics uh, or not go along with this ceasefire. We need time to change slogans and policies. Neither our fighter nor our leaders agree with this dramatic change. So let's wait. This is our interest. 11. Will our religious domination will we remain? One of the factors that brought the Doha talks to standstill was the Taliban's emphasis on the religious sovereignty over the other religions in the country. This religious domination, which is based on Hanafi school, has a great intellectual support and leads to the economic and mafia corridor of other allied Taliban's country. Inside Afghanistan, too, this corridor of extremism has many corridors. The Taliban have this intellectual religious web their hands in. They do not want to aid, and it can be said that they cannot lose it. They believe that ceasefire is meaningless without accepting these religious rules because it will be case and irreparable damage to the essence and philosophy of Talibanism. 12. What to do with the culture of war? This is also important questions. When you have lived with the war for 40 whole years, you have to use its resource. You have been adorned with its thought. You have benefit from its geography. You have enjoy its regional and global privilege. You have benefit from its soldiers. How suddenly to man do you return normally? Better than living during this period of killing. Being killed, destroying, in being destroyed, burning and burning. How do you become a normal human being? Is there away for you and thousands of other worlds who have experienced the useless event of the last 40 years, 43 years to return a normal life? Is there a solution for your, uh, are you ready to return to life, work and employment? The answer are clear, that is no. 11. I didn't make a slide for this. Most of Taliban fighters are from the area of Port province. So when the ceasefire was sent last year in 2018, people welcomed to the Taliban very much. They gave them food, entertained them at home, invited them in home, and in short, greatly appreciated them. The people were very happy, even though they apologized to the Taliban and cried for them to stop fighting. Women, children, and the elder told them to leave the war. On the other hand, these fighters saw with their own eyes the Islamic thought of the action of the people in government soldier. Inevitably, these factors discouraged the Taliban fighters from fighting again. So, the Taliban will not agree the ceasefire soon to lose their fighters. Because if they have ceasefire, their fighter will be do not go back to the fight because they will accept the ways of peoples. For this reason, they think if we sense a ceasefire treaty, we will lose all of our soldiers. This question requires profound answers that are still unresolved for Taliban. These questions are aimed at the protects of Talibanism. If the Taliban has answered this question, they may have paved the way for a compromise. The better terms is that to peace process in Afghanistan lets actors, professional staff, and professional mediators. Unfortunately, we in the international community, which has always been committed to peace in Afghanistan and region, do not know of an institution that can address uh, them important questions. The Afghan government, which has value plans, these 12 questions has always present the constitutions as a precondition of Taliban's. The government say you should accept the constitution. This is when the government itself cases with despite violation of constitutions. Now, when it comes to global meeting in Moscow, Istanbul, and perhaps elsewhere, these 12 questions become even more important. The truth is that these difficult questions are very important in peace process in Afghanistan. Strategists always say that in order to become up with a good solution, you have to ask yourself difficult questions. But when we ask difficult questions, the government say you are against peace. When you ask these difficult questions of the Taliban, they say you are mercenary of the West. When you ask foreigners these difficult questions, they say you are against the West. Thanks for your attentions. Hope I gave some information about Taliban's. Once again, thanks.
Yeah, I think I can see, let me just straight away go to the discussion because I think this has been a very, very interesting session. And let me, very quickly also thank Mr. Ferdos because I think the way he has presented this narrative is extremely thought provoking. He has asked some very pertinent questions and he has also taken a very balanced approach by presenting all the perspectives, discussing it threadbare, and at the same time also, giving us enough food for thought. And so I would start off by first, I can see two hands first up. One, of course, is Roger, Professor Roger. First, I'll go with Professor Roger and then I'll come to Soumya. Yes,
Uh, Somia seems to raise her hand first.
yeah, I think one of you can go first, and then I'm sure that Soumya doesn't mind waiting for you to ask, Roger.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you very much, Mr. Ferdaus, about this interesting introduction. Well, actually, I have many questions, so let me try to sort it out. First, I would like to know what is your take on the relationship between, well, of course you talk about that, but personally I'm interested in especially how ISI has been trying to support or has been supporting Taliban. So can you go into more details about that? The first is about ISI and Taliban. The second is about how coherent is the Taliban movement, because it seems that it is a very flexible because it is centralized and it is flexible in mobilization at the same time because they gave the field commanders a lot of power so that they can, have much autonomy in the local provinces. But at the same time, there seems to be a very coherent in ideology. Would you talk more about that? How they operate? I know you touch upon that, but can you also talk about that again? And the third question is that how do you see the prospect of Chinese approaching Taliban? If the Chinese and if Beijing thought or thinks that there is something they can work with Taliban, what would be that? Because we all know that Taliban is very religiously and ideologically, staunch in traditional values. And how can they work with a Beijing, which is, a authority that has been suppressing the minority ethnicities like the Uyghur in Xinjiang? So how do they, conciliate between these different ideological stances? If they are going to cooperate, what is the most likely aspect, topic, or areas that Beijing can, somewhat work with Taliban? Thank you.
Yeah, I think Roger has asked some very pertinent and very important questions. And since Roger has had, has asked three specific questions, Mr. Ferdoz, would you like to first answer these questions before we go to Soumya? Or do you want to take one more question and then answer?
No problem. Just I want from Professor Sir that I don't know. I didn't catch the second questions.
So
Yeah.
I will. So the first question, of course, was on the ISI and Taliban. He wanted to know your point of view on that, and if you could provide in whatever detail you can. The second is on, I think, what he wants to ask is in terms of whether how organized is the Taliban in terms of its movement, because what Roger says is that on the one hand, all of them seem to be ideologically, religiously aligned and disciplined. But on the other hand, operationally, they seem to have the local commanders, the local, the people who are leading the Taliban on the ground in various parts of Afghanistan seem to be having a fair amount of independence. Because you also mentioned that it is a centralized sort of structure in the initial part of your presentation. So I think he's just trying to understand, is it really as disciplined and as effective? So I think a little bit of your thought on that. And I think the third question is clear, isn't it, on China and Taliban?
Yes, it's clear. About ISI support of Taliban, it is clear that a lot of evidence our government also have. A lot of tactics they are learned by ISIS, and also a lot of uh, Pakistan military now are supporting currently fight. They are fighting with together in Afghanistan. A lot of fighters which have ID card of Taliban. And that times, one times, as Jessica mentioned, I was defense lawyer in Paktia province. There were one doctor. He was doctor of military hospital in Pakistan. He came to Paktia province in Zurmat district. He gave medicines, he gave a lot of medically support of Taliban. After our government captured this person, and I meet with this person in prison, when I meet with my another client in prisons, I hear this also that there is a Pakistani doctor. I meet with him that they told me I was a military doctor. I came like this in all story he told. And also nowadays there is that is clear in Pakistan, religious centers or masjid, they collect money for Pakistan, for Taliban, and also they treat it in hospital, and they show them a lot of strategic goals. As you know, the religious peoples cannot capture by, one province. They don't know by the use of weapons. Who teach them? How can they know by the strategic goals? How can they capture very big province? And also there is a lot of evidence also that ISI support Taliban's. And also the another questions which is raised by the our professors, the Taliban have very clear infrastructures. They have a friendly system. They have accept all those orders which they gave by their high commanders. I am witnesses of this because in our province, when I came before 6 months, they have their movement was in districts. They have their own courts. They have their own systems. We hear that some of our people send their disputes or claims to the Taliban courts. They accept. They have good system of the court also. Suppose if their leaders say to them that do this, do that, they will do. They will not reject it. As you see in ceasefire of 2018, they didn't do anything. Just their commander, their leader tell them that we declare a ceasefire. We are witnesses. We went to those places which they are under control of Taliban. Our soldiers go to their homes. A lot of people go to the rural areas. But they didn't say. It means that they have very unity with each other. Another question was about China. China, no, now, as you know, China have very good relation with Pakistan. Now China know that in future Taliban will get power. Because nowadays Taliban is a very strong movement. They have a lot of supporter. They know. For this reason, they make relation with China. But they want from Taliban to don't support Uyghur peoples. That that order will accept by Taliban by support the relation which China and Pakistan have. By this influence with Pakistan have by Taliban, Taliban will accept this. For this reason, China in future want to get participate in Afghanistan. As you know, they have a project in Afghanistan mineral also. I think it will be clear, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. Professor Ko from Taiwan has joined. Good morning to you. Yeah, so I think Soumya has been waiting for her turn for some time. So, Soumya, please.
Thank you so much, sir. I had two specific questions to ask, sir. One, thank you for that very, very comprehensive presentation. My question is that the like Akhundzada is called the Amirul Mominin of Taliban, and when Al Qaeda wages a war, or jihad, they also wage it in the name of Amirul Mominin. So, if Taliban comes to power in Afghanistan, does that mean Al Qaeda gets a sense of legitimacy? And or how do you see Al Qaeda and the relationship between Taliban when Taliban becomes more powerful? So my second question is, you spoke briefly about how Taliban and the Islamic State don't really go hand in hand, and they've had minor battles here and there. Could you give us a reason or rationale as to why the Islamic State and Taliban are not together in this in their cause? Thank you.
So there are two very specific questions, Mr. Firdaus. I hope you have been able to hear them clearly. One is on the on the Taliban and the Al Qaeda relationship, and the other, of course, is on the Taliban and the ISIS equation.
Now, sir, nowadays the Taliban say that we don't have relation with Al Qaeda because that they want to recognize that they want to from another countries to pay attention and recognize their future government. But in backside, they have their own relation with Al Qaeda. Just the main aim is that they say, but their relation is till now start. They have relations because they are friends of a lot historical. They have historical relations. For this reason, they will. I think they will. They will not give. They will not destroy their relation with Al Qaeda. And also that Ma'am also asked about relation of Islamic State in Taliban. As you know, a lot of member of fighters of Taliban are Afghan. A lot of members. At least it will be very little members that they will be Al Qaeda or another fighters. But the ISIS fighters are a lot of them are foreigners. There will be very less Afghan peoples. For this reason, they will not give allow for foreigners. And their ideology also different. Nowadays, Taliban say that just we want to make a Islamic Emirates, and Daesh is opposite about them. As I mentioned, in our province, they fight with each other. It is the reason that they are opposite about each other. They lose a lot of their member in conflict with ISIS in Taliban. For this reason, we can say they ISIS don't have relation with Taliban, and other groups have their own relation, and also some other parties nowadays coming to Afghanistan just for destroying the government. These groups, these groups just coming to destroy the government, and also in some part they don't have relation with Taliban, but they are starting fight. I think it will be clear, sir.
Yeah, I think, Mr. Firdaus, I just wanted to, just raise one point, I think, which was made by the couple of our Afghan speakers yesterday. And this is in the context of, Soumya's question, as well as what you have just mentioned, which is that, the Taliban and the ISIS probably are not having a complementary relationship right now because of the various sort of differences that you've spoken about in terms of the nationalities. But if the Taliban comes to power, yesterday this point was made about a common cause of establishing an Islamic caliphate. So in that context, would you really think it would matter if they are from different nationalities? Because there is a common religious cause and there is a common ideology. So even though they may not have a complementary relationship now, once the Taliban comes to power, then this point was made yesterday that we may see an escalation of efforts and the so-called struggle in places like, for example, Russia and Chechnya, or Xinjiang and China, or Kashmir and India. So if you could just, speculate about whether this is possible if the Taliban comes to power. I mean, your point of view.
By my point of view is that if the Taliban capture Kabul, at least they will have some relation with another groups without ISIS. I think they not accepted ISIS, but they will have relation with another groups, which is located in Central Asia, Kashmir. They will have, because of that they will get benefit from another countries. For this reason, I say that just nowadays Taliban say that we don't want Khilafat in all the countries. But in future, I think just they will fight with ISIS, but they will not fight with another groups like Al Qaeda and those their friends which is fighting in Kashmir or another areas. Just they are opposite of Daesh. I think they will have relation with another groups also.
Okay, I think that's an interesting point. Roger, you still have your hand raised. I'm assuming that is you. Do you have any further questions? Okay.
No, sorry. Yeah.
Okay. So Dr. Harshil Mehta, has just put in a comment, a chat on the chat box. I think he's again referring to the Taliban-Pakistan nexus, and then he wants to understand if the entire world knows that Taliban and Pakistan have a close relationship, and the United States has been there for 20 years in Afghanistan, why, according to him, why have they failed in breaking this nexus? I think yesterday Dr. Haider actually gave a very strong perspective on this question yesterday. And maybe Mr. Ferdos, I don't know whether you have any opinion on this question. I will read it out again as he has written. What do you think? Why US strategy in Afghanistan has failed against Taliban-Pakistan nexus, despite 20 years of military operations inside of Afghanistan against the Taliban?
Nowadays, the United States changed their aims. Just they want to give power to the Taliban. But yesterday, I hear that from the news that the United States want from our president to give their resignations. It means the United States don't want in future that that government. Just they want to change the games. They want to give the power to future in Taliban. Because of that you think in a few days they capture 11 province. It means there is a game. And also a lot of district province our military didn't fight, just they gave it. It means there is a game. For this reason, we can say the United States want to change this game and want to give power to from this government to another government.
I think it is also fascinating because I was reading yesterday that the Pakistan Prime Minister Imran Khan has also claimed that the Taliban will never negotiate and be meaningful in peace talks as long as President Ghani is there.
Yes, yes.
And the way he has announced it, it's quite strange because Taliban, so it's interesting. I think Soumya has another follow-up question. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you. So my question is again going back to the Taliban-Pakistan connection. Now, most of the border posts in Afghanistan have all been captured by Taliban except one. Now, this is the only one that connects Afghanistan with Pakistan. So, for all practical purposes, for all kinds of critical logistical supply, Afghanistan now becomes dependent on Pakistan. Do you think it's a strategic move of Taliban to make sure that Afghanistan is dependent on Pakistan? Or is it just a matter of fact when they'll again take control of this border post? I'm not sure, but maybe it's called Tokram or something. Maybe I'm wrong with the pronunciation.
Those border which is captured by Taliban, which is very near to Pakistan, it is Spin Boldak. The Spin Boldak area have a lot of supporter of Taliban also. For this reason, they attacked by Spin Boldak. In there is Quetta also, and they have their own Shora in Quetta also. For this reason, they try to take capture of this very important border. Now they get a lot of money in border also. I think that it is very important from another borders, which is now under control of the government. It is Torkham, and also the people are have also have another idea. The idea of those people which they are living in Turkham border, in the idea of those people which they are living in Boldak area, they are also different. Taliban have a lot of supporter in Boldak area. For this reason, one is they have a lot of supporter, another is they get a lot of money, and another is that they can't get relation with their shura, and they can get a lot of support from Pakistan side also. For this reason, that was very important to the Taliban, which they want to capture it firstly.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you. I think those are really interesting observations from Mr. Firdaus. Just one point again. I want to come back to this China Taliban question, and what is the situation, for example, in Badakhshan? Has the Taliban ingressed into these areas which are now sharing a border through the Wakhan corridor? Because there have been many reports of how China has increased its security presence in that particular region, and this was many months ago. So I'm just wondering if there is any update on what is the situation now in the Badakhshan area. If you can please.
Yes, Badakhshan province have 23 districts. A few days back, they capture up to half of those districts. After that, they capture another district also. The day before yesterday, they captured the center of this province also. As you know, Fauzia Kufi, he is ex-member of she is ex-member of Afghan parliament, and currently she is member of Afghan's negotiator in Doha. Yesterday, she also talked about this. Nowadays, the Badakhshan province is completely under control of Taliban. I think there will be some bases under control of government, but city, a lot of district is under control of Taliban. In area, all area is under control of Taliban. If government have some control in some district, that will be just offices, and they cannot control it. And tomorrow, in the day after tomorrow, maybe they will capture all Badakhshan also. And as you know, that very big province in Herat also, that yesterday they captured, which have border with Iran.
Yeah, I think I was also reading about a report by a Canadian, organization, which has, I think, sort of forecasted that the Taliban's presence and control of Badakhshan will create significant problems for China. And I think the Chinese also in their talks with Taliban, maybe through the Pakistan, are very concerned that Taliban should not support the ETIM elements. I'm just wondering, maybe since we are extremely lucky to have our Afghan friends here, and also some experts like in international relations, like Roger, for example, and Mr. Ko. I would love to hear from first Firdaus as to what is the possibility of the ETIM, some of these elements which are fighting against China in Xinjiang, or are trying to fight for the Uyghurs. What is the possibility of their cooperation with the Taliban and increased threat for China? If Mr. Firdaus can give his point of view, and I don't know whether Roger and Professor Ko would also like to give their point of view. And I also, I have my colleague here, for example, Norbo, who has been listening very patiently. I'm just wondering whether he has a point of view also, because he spent a considerable amount of time in neighboring Tibet. So maybe Firdaus first, if you would like to put your point of view.
Sir, a few days ago, the spokesman for Taliban in Doha, Dr. Naeem, they declared that when we capture the province or we capture all Afghanistan, we will then say to civilian employee, those employee which they worked with military, and again they don't want to go to with military, we will then say something to them also. For this reason, a national section, they want to get the attention of the civilians peoples for this. And for international aspect, nowadays they tell to the international community or regional country that we will don't have relation with those movement which they are fighting against the government, that we will don't have relations. But I think the peoples of the Uyghur Muslims and the Taliban, maybe they will have in future relations, because in the mentality of Taliban is that in every places, if the Muslim have problem, we should help them. But this is also possible that if China want to solve these problems according by Pakistan, it will be also possible, because Taliban will get support of Pakistan in China. After that, they will lose relation with the Uyghur Muslims. As a few days ago, another spokesman of for Taliban in Doha, now he is not supposed a spokesman, he is negotiator, Sohail Shaheen. He also told that we will don't have relation with Uyghur Muslim. But that is the slogans that now they want to get attention of the regional countries to recognize their government. After that, it will be happen.
I think you're making a really interesting point here, because I don't know how much the Taliban is really going to be very concerned about being very diplomatically savvy. I think right now they are talking to all these people because they want to come back to power and influence in Afghanistan, and hence they don't want to upset any of the major powers.
Yes, sir. For this reasons, they when they capture the province, some videos they share it in Facebook or YouTube's. when they capture some province, they get interview from another peoples that what is the behavior of Taliban's with the civil peoples. They want to give their very good picture to the international community. They have their own journalists, they have their own people that they want to give a good picture to the international community for their future life.
Thank you, Mr. Ferdows. Roger, would you like to just comment?
I have actually more like a question that I would like to follow up.
Sure.
Well, first, I will say that to China, it's a very thorny issue, especially if we look at this at a regional perspective, because China has to manage with, multiple actors who are geopolitically very important for them in the region, including Iran, including Pakistan, including India, including Russia. But the key issue is that you cannot satisfy everyone. So I think the old way of multilateralist talks will continue through different mechanisms, including SCO. But I don't think they can make a lot of progress through this only, unless they deal with the real stakeholders, which is Taliban. And the following question that I would like to ask and discuss with you is that what actually does Taliban want from China? To what extent the Taliban want China to be involved in this? Does Taliban want China to play a short-term role or a long-term role? Because if Taliban, was nurtured by opposing foreign powers, then China sooner or later will become the target in the Taliban's political agenda. It's just a matter of time, right? So, do you think it's very likely that Taliban will like to invite China to, say, expand their BRI or investment in their country if they comes back to power? I just want to know what's your take on that, because Taliban doesn't seem to be a secular regime that will welcome this kind of move. And stability actually is what China wanted, and they have been very cautious in investing in Afghanistan. Well, they tried before from the year 2005 to 2008. They have some, there are some copper fields and ores, and including the natural gas wells. They invested in some of the projects like that, but they all end up in failure. So I just want to hear from you, in Taliban decision makers' mind, what do they want China to do? Thank you.
As we know, sir, nowadays the US withdraw from Afghanistan, and maybe Taliban will capture Kabul. For future life of Taliban, necessary to have.
It appears that I think we again have a problem with the.
Yes, we have a problem with the electricity. I don't know. I'm in my mobile computer. But Mr. Fardas has a problem. Come here, perhaps.
Yes, I'm joining with mobile.
Yeah.
As you know, as I told, that the Taliban will capture Kabul, and for their governmental system to have support of the big countries, they necessary to China. And for their future life, they want to have the China support. And also for their economic problems, they want to have trade relations, economic relations with China. And also they want to have good relations by the way of Central Asia with China. that is the main factor that the Taliban want to get or make a very good relation with China. So one another is that, as we know, the China have very strong influence in international community. That the Taliban felt that they will support us in international circles, international community. China will support us, and we will recognize by our government will recognize by a lot of countries. For this reason, Taliban want to get a very near relation with China.
Yeah, I think that's that's a very I think interesting point that's been raised. I did refer to Professor Ko, who's here. I don't know whether he would want to add anything to what would be China's concerns. You know, if the Taliban comes to power and if they are joining hands with some of those ETIM elements, do you think that the Chinese will be particularly concerned? Professor Ko, would you want to add anything? I do apologize. I think there's a small problem with my connection. Um, I just thought let me just very briefly take comments from Professor Tony Ko and also Norbu, my colleague, on the same issue. Professor Ko, if you can hear me, would you want to add anything to what would be the Chinese concerns if Taliban comes to power? Professor Ko, can you hear me? Okay. Norbu, go ahead, please.
Good morning to all, and thank you so much for your presentation. So regarding your question, I think both parties from Taliban and Chinese, they are using Chinese right now. They have to deal with. Am I audible?
Yes, please.
Oh, my
Please
computer.
go ahead. Yes. I am able to hear you.
Oh.
I think we seem to have lost Norbu.
Mr. Venkateshwar, if you allow me to add, may I?
Sure, Dr. Saurabh.
Yeah,
Please.
in fact, we are deceiving ourselves when we are assuming that when Taliban comes to power, it appears that they are already back in force and they are very, they are thumping very largely. They'll be in Kabul. Very soon they'll be in Kabul. Because going by the reports, when I slept at night, they were around 170 kilometers. In the morning, the news is coming. They are very near to Kabul. So we need to prepare ourselves that the moment they are in Kabul, then what we'll be doing next. Now the question for the international community should be how we can handle the situation, because the situation is becoming more and more grim now. to me, it appears to be the same because pursuing about Afghanistan for the last 22 decades, Taliban is back. To me, it is back. Thank you. That's my observation.
Yeah, no, Dr. Saurabh, I think none of us would dispute that. But I think the key question, I think we are asking here in this particular section, is that once the Taliban is firmly in power, then
Okay.
what is the scope of their cooperation with some of the ETIM elements,
Okay.
and how does that increase the threat perception for the Chinese? I think that
Yeah.
was the point, and I was just trying to bring in our since we had the benefit of listening in to some of our senior colleagues, who have been experts on international relations from Taiwan, and also one of my colleagues who is from Tibet. He's with
Problem,
us here, but spent a lot of time in Tibet. So, Norbu, please go ahead.
Sir, I'm so sorry. That was a connection problem. So, sir, we consider that Uyghurs are descendant of Turkish. But till now, the Turkish government never said any uh, human right violation or any repression over Turkish minority inside Uyghur and in China. So, like other major Muslim countries like Saudi Arabia, Iran, they never said anything what is happening inside Yugo. It's just because of they are scared of the retaliation from the Chinese government side, and there have been lots of cases like deportation of Chinese um, uh, Uyghur minority refugees inside Turkey or other Muslim countries once they reach once they reach outside of China, but the Chinese authoritarian government somehow managed to um, taken away from those countries. I think right now Taliban using um, this Yugu as a bargain to reach or to get their power inside Afghanistan. Once they gain power inside Afghanistan, I think they will slowly toward or they will definitely listen to Chinese government, and they will I'm sure definitely they will stop speaking about the human right violation or repression or operation inside of Yugo. It has been what to say. Uh, I think once Taliban get what they want, they will definitely ignore Yugo people uh, uh, inside Xinjiang. So that is what I thought. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I think it's extremely fascinating. I think we have, before I end off, one of our very talented upcoming, scholars who has keen interest in this region, Dr. Divya, who's a colleague here at RRU. I think she is having some problem asking a question. So I'm just asking a question on her behalf that we've heard, and this is to Mr. Firdaus. We've heard of this, these reports of some public uprising in some places against the Taliban. And we have also heard about some kind of a command center being set up in Kabul, which will coordinate some of these uprisings by the public, Afghan people, against the Taliban. Now, are these reports correct? Are the locals going to join them or not? I mean, I'm again losing electricity, but maybe you can answer, and I will log in again.
Sorry, there was electricity problem.
Were you
Am I
able
audible?
to hear the question, Mr.
Yes,
Firdaus?
yes, I got the questions.
Yeah.
It is, yes, it is really that some people make the people's in the stunts against the Taliban's ends. They are now they have support of government also. But by my point of view, those people will cannot fight with the Taliban because the Taliban now are very strong. The peoples which they stand against Taliban, they have their own supporters. Like some of ex Mujahideen peoples, we have those people collect by support of those people. Like Dostam, Abdur Rashid Dostam, as you know, that person, Ata Muhammad Noor, Muhammad Ismail Khan in Herat. But the problem is what? As I told you, the Muhammad Ismail Khan is very big commander in the during the jihad terms in Afghanistan, and he was a minister during Karzai era also. When the Taliban start their attack, he stand against Taliban, but he can't beat the Taliban. Yesterday night, the Taliban captured the Herat province, the province of Muhammad Ismail Khan. That he have a lot of support of those people which they are opposite of Taliban. And also, one another example also. As you know, Abdur Rashid Dostam, he was a big commander and he have a lot of support of peoples which they are stand against the Taliban. Now the Taliban capture the palace of Dostam in their own province. I think those peoples which they are stands against Taliban, they don't have a good moral. They cannot stand because nowadays Taliban is very strong. For these reasons, I think those people will just that will be a slogan that we are stunned against Taliban. Just that will be a slogan. They cannot fight with Taliban because they know if we fight for our commanders, we will lose ourselves. But the idea of Taliban is that if we lose ourselves, we will be martyred, we will be shaheed. But those people, which is the public and they stand against Taliban, they don't have very strong moral, and they will not. They will say, by speak, they will say that we are stand against Taliban, but they cannot fight. And also, I will give one example. Also, a few days ago, in Ningrar province, there were one person, a big commander, which he have a lot of support of public people, and they show their guns to the media that we are standing against the Taliban and we will support the government. After a few days, the Pajwak news get the speak of this the communication of these commanders that they say we will get support from government and we will help with you. A lot of those commanders they will help with Taliban to destroy the government. I think it will be clear.
I think, we've had a very fascinating session. I don't know whether Norbu wants to add anything because I think he has his hand up.
So it was before I
Okay,
had.
okay.
So
Thank you.
you, sir.
So I think since we've run out of time, and we've actually gone into the other session. I want to take this opportunity to thank Mr. Firdaus for a very detailed presentation on the Taliban and for the various possible dynamics and various scenarios that may emerge. And I think we will all agree with Dr. Saurabh that the Taliban is definitely coming back to power and establishing control and influence in Afghanistan. And I want to really thank Mr. Firdaus once again. And I think we will straight away go into the next session. Dr. Haider, I think, has joined us. If I'm right, I hope you're...
Yes, I'm online, sir.
Good morning, Dr. Haider. Good morning.
Good morning, sir. Good morning.
So,
only difficulty is today I would be only online through my phone, not through computer. Hopefully, I try to share the slides with you if possible. Otherwise, if I couldn't share it, then we rely only on this audio.
Dr. Haider, one thing you can do, my request to you is just please email that to Mr. Sahin, so that he can share it in case you are facing problems. So I think we can move forward now that we've had a discussion on the Taliban.
I try, sir.
We could possibly move forward and have a discussion on which are the other important groups that are attempting to push back against the Taliban and also establish their sphere of influence in Afghanistan. Of course, we've heard about the Northern Alliance earlier. What is the situation now? Will there be a possibility for any one of these groups to fight back?
I just asked the IT person to...
So Dr. Hakim Haider doesn't need any...
Just wait for a minute.
Sure. Please take your time, Dr. Haider. So it's about 11:20 here and we have time until 1 o'clock, about 1 hour 40 minutes. So I would request Dr. Haider to speak for about an hour, 1 hour, and then we can take some questions and some inputs for the next 40 minutes. So Dr. Haider, please take your time and share your screen. In case you face a problem, my request is kindly send it to Mr. Sahin and we can share it from here. Because I understand it's not easy to share, since you're using a mobile phone.
Basically, this is the problem of internet connection, that I couldn't send the PPT to my colleagues in RRU. Okay, I try to share the PowerPoint first with you through my email.
Yes.
Right? Just
a
few minutes.
You can share it with me or you could share it with Mr. Sahin, either one of us. And we'll be happy to share it to the entire audience.
Yes. We try. You received the PowerPoint, sir? Did you receive the PowerPoint?
Let me just check that.
Hello?
Yeah. Yes, Dr. Haider, I have received it. I've received it.
That has been sent. Okay, share it with friends.
Sure. Okay, Dr. Haider, I'll start sharing it now.
Yes.
My
Am
request
I
is
audible?
you will have to keep asking me to move this. Yes, yes, you are audible. I'm sharing the screen now.
Okay.
And
Okay.
just please let me know when you want me to shift the slides.
Right.
Is this visible, Dr. Aida?
For me or for yes. Now it's visible. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. So I don't know where now is the time of good evening or good afternoon. It's 1 hour the differences between Afghanistan and India.
That's
It
right.
is good morning. So
Yeah, it's
good morning, my friends.
fine.
Okay. So thanks for your patience and participation, and hopefully we try to share some new things related to the profile of other ethnic groups that who are seeking power and influences in Afghanistan over the past 4 decades. Yes. So unfortunately, these political parties, as I yesterday mentioned, they are not national centric, but mostly they are supporting by the outside player, like United States, Russia, China, to some extent, Pakistan, and Saudi Arabian countries. So the genesis of these parties moves to the time of King Zahir Shah, son of Nader Khan, who killed by a terrorist attack in a school. So after that, King Zahir Shah came into force from 1932 till 1972, because the government political system was only based on a kingdom. After that, there was no political party at the time of the Zahir Shah, King Zahir Shah, and 1932 up to 42, when he ruled in Afghanistan almost 40 years. So during these 40 years, I said there was no political party to conduct political activities in Afghanistan. So by the pressure of the Russia as a superpower in the region at that time, so they asked the Zaire government to let the youth or the new generations to politically establish, join together and make political parties. So the Russia at that time uh, proposed two political parties, which was they were uh, left-wing political parties like Parcham, Khalq, and also there was Maoist, which mostly were supported by the China. So after that, when these three left-wing political parties established in Kabul and started their political activities, they were mostly these members of these political parties. They were part of they were students of the university. So later on, against these political parties, the Arabic country, mostly Sudan and Egypt, they try to also build an Islamic political parties by the name of Muslim Youth Organization. So these parties over the time of Zahir Shah had many clashes and universities, even physical clashes was there. As a result of these physical clashes, even the leader of Maoist party killed by Muslim Youth Organization's leader, Gulbuddin Hekmatyar. So after that, Zahir put Gulbuddin Hekmatyar into the jail, and till 1972, he was in jail when his cousin King Daud Shah, through a coup d'etat, got the power from Zaire and became the first president of Afghanistan. So he just shifted the style of the government from the kingdom to the president presidentship. So after the first presidential election was conducted at the time of Sardar Dawood, and he was ruled for almost 5 years. So after 5 years, so the other political parties, they were active only the leader of Muslim youth organizations was in jail. Daud Shah himself was part of the Parcham or the left-wing political parties. But during these 5 years, when he was ruling in Afghanistan, so he traveled to European countries and visited the United States president, and also to Western countries. Also, he had traveled and had meeting with all the presidents and people of these advanced economies. So when he came back, he totally changed his idea. And tried to be more stuck up with his political party to support him, and ignore all the other political parties in the at his time. But at that time, the president of Russia, very frustrated on his travel to the European countries, and immediately summoned him to Russia. When Sardar Dawood gone to the Russia, so the president of Russia, Brezhnev was the president. He asked him that why you have traveled to European countries, met the United States president, so and so, without our permission. So he became much frustrated and started direct dispute with Brezhnev. He said Afghanistan is a free country, as I am a president of with full autonomy. I have the right to take decision where to go, what to do. We are not bound to your orders, or we are not subject to your orders. So just he left the meeting, immediately came to Kabul. So the moment when he came to Kabul, he was understanding that Parcham and Khalq, two parties, they were supported by the Russia. So immediately he changed his idea and started moving against even this left-wing political parties. Parcham and Khalq was two political parties which directly were supported by the Russia. So when the Russian people came to know that now he is not obeying our orders, it means he tries to have its own freedom. So what they did, the Russian forces tried to invest on the military apparatus of Afghanistan, and they attract some political parties and the Army of Afghanistan and Intelligence Service, and also in the Ministry of Home Affairs. So ultimately, after 5 years, these people, with the collaboration of the Russia, started a coup d'etat. And Sardar Dawood killed by these communist parties, Khalq and Parcham, who initiated this coup d'etat on 1979. So when they killed, so the leader of Mujahideen, Hekmatyar, was in jail. So also he could escape from this jail and gone to Pakistan. So when he gone to Pakistan, he started his political activities against the government of Kabul. So that was the first time when first Mujahideen leader was Gulbuddin Hekmatyar, who gone to Pakistan and directly United States, European countries, and also the Pakistani ISI, they started supporting Gulbuddin Hekmatyar. So, and this Parcham and Khalq, these left-wing political parties, they took the power in Kabul and as a pro-government of Russia, and they started ruling in Afghanistan up to 1980. In 1980, they could not maintain themselves again in the society because people were against such a type of ideology what they had. Afghanistan is a highly Islamic society. People were not much known with with this type of communist ideologies. So as a result of this, a lot of people was against the government of Parcham and Khalq, I mean left wings, and they left left Afghanistan to the Pakistan in order to join Mujahideen groups and fight against the communist government. So that the people call this communist government pro-Russia government as an infidel government. And for infidel government, there is jihad. So this jihad is the order of God to fight against the evil of the land. So finally, Mujahideen, day by day, were getting more and more strengthened. And this side, the the communist government could not maintain itself even within 1 year. So after 1 year, when the Russia found that the system will be collapsed by the Mujahideen, automatically they attacked Afghanistan and the Russian forces occupied Afghanistan in 1999, almost 1980. So during this session in Kabul, only two parties, they were activating. The Parcham and Khalq, two communist parties, they were only running the government apparatus, and they were also fighting with the Mujahideens, with the collaboration of direct forces of the Russia. But on the other side, Mujahideen in Afghanistan during 10 years of Russia presence, just to kill, let the slide, then I will tell you when to change it. Because when we are coming to the present, the parties during the war, then we will start on this part, right? So this is only the introduction part. So when Mujahideen started conflict against the government of pro-Russia in Russia and Kabul, so day by day they became stronger, and the USA supported these political parties with the support of European countries as well as the Middle Eastern countries, especially Iran, Pakistan, and Saudi Arabia. And these countries, financially, military, and politically, they were supporting the Mujahideen. So after when Mujahideen, day by day, they were getting strong, the Pakistan government, especially ISI, they were scaring from such united military forces of Mujahideen and Pakistan. So they try to divide these Mujahideens into ethnicity, like Pashtun, Tajik, Uzbek, Hazara, Shia, and Sunni. So Shia mostly they were trained by Iranian and they were supported by Iranian. Yesterday I mentioned there were 8 groups, and that side in Pakistan they were mostly Sunni Muslims, and there were 7 groups. Totally 15 groups Mujahideen divided during this 10 years of direct conflict with the Mujahideen. So now we are coming to the first slide, that the parties during the war and of resistance. Now our main topic starts here, that the Islamists only rose to importance after the PDEP's People Democratic Parties of Afghanistan, which includes Parcham and Khalq. Khalq means public, and Parcham was the name which means flag. But both of them, they were left wings, political parties which were supported by the Russia. So they and 7 Saur, Saur is the name of the months in Afghanistan. They started coup d'etat against, or revolution against the Sardar Dawood, and Sardar Dawood killed in 1978. These communists came into power. In particular, after the Soviet invasion in 1979, they the Mujahideen profited from the enormous amount of military and financial aids coming from outside the country, like United States, like Iran, Pakistan, Saudi Arabia, and also international communities. Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Change the slide, sir. Yes. From the Pakistan decision in May 1972 to limit the flow exclusively to the Sunni Muslim extremist Muslims in Peshawar. There were 7, and they called Peshawar 7. It means the so-called Tanzim or organization. Tanzim is an Arabic word. Also, we in Persian and Dari, we have also using the Tanzim. It means organization that constitutes the Hafgana. Hafgana, it means alliance of 7. So we have Afghanistan, Pakistan, and Afghanistan, Iran. It means 8 from Iran and 7 from Pakistan. So their ideology was the same, their strategy was the same, and their goal was the same. Because majority of them, they were Sunni, and they had the same objective to struggle against the invasion of Russia and Afghanistan and that time. So this constituted the Afghana or alliance of 7, the nationalists and leftists. They were the left side. The right side, Mujahideen was the right side, and they are the leftist or left side or left wing. So residents group were cut off from supplies. So Pakistan also stopped 2 attempts to convey a Loya Jirga. Loya Jirga means a national assembly that would have reinforced the tribal elites vis-a-vis the Islamists. Change, sir. Okay, sir. Change the slide, please.
My apologies. Actually, we have been losing a lot of electricity and going on and off between the generators. So please start, Dr. Aida. I'm just changing.
Yeah. Okay. So it means Afghanistan has got electricity in such a bad condition as compared to India.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate. You have been on campus, so sometimes this happens. And it's one of those days. Please continue.
The problem was that last night we heard that the general director of electricity of Kabul also escaped from the Kabul. Whole night we had no electricity. So anyway, so right at the beginning of the resistance war, the Islamic split into various tanzim. That means they split into various or different organizations. They attempted by Pakistan and the United States to establish an umbrella organizations only resulted in short-term unity, and then the establish of new factions. So that was Harakat Inqilab Islami or Islamic Revolution Movement. So, or Islamic Revolution Movement also, that was another version of Mujahideen organization. And Ittihad Islami was another, which was led by the Islamic Union of the Freedom of Afghanistan. That was the name. So they were both meant to be allies, but soon these 2 organizations turned into new factions. Led by Muhammadi, there was a Jihadi leader, and Sayyaf, who is still in the government domain in Kabul. They were segregated from the main organizations of Hizb Islami at that time. Some sources correctly stated that it was not ethnicities that made war, but political organizations with the ideological objectives and particular institutional practices, even though the Tanzim or the organization increasingly mobilized along ethnic and tribal lines. So please shift it. Change to the slide, sir. So then residents by Shia groups on the other side in Iran, as we before said, there were 7 groups, but at the beginning, 2 phases. a successful popular resistance movement between 1978 to 83, led by Shoraya Iqbali. It means simply in Persian means Revolutionary Islamic Unity Council or of Afghanistan, and the emergence of Hazara groups back in Iran. So mostly these Shias, they were Hazara, and also we have also Shia Kandahari. That was also supported by the Iran government to conduct a fight against the Russian invasion in Afghanistan. So next, sir. Then Shia or Hazara ethnic, their resistance started in a very fragmented way, right? And counted at least 37 factions within this 8 organization or 8 tanzims by the summer of 1979. So then the Shura, a conservative Islamic organizations came into being when the leaders of the rebellion, mainly from the old Khan, that we call it Aghai Khan, that was the elites from almost all Hazara areas. Still they are, even at the ancient time, they were believing and respecting this gentleman Khan as a prophet. So this came together in September 1981 to setting up a parallel administration in the area under its control. Mostly they were dominated, these Shia people dominated and partially and Herat and Farah and Kandahar and mostly in Bamiyan of Afghanistan or and Ghazni. So they were influenced in that areas. So from 1983 onwards, have you shifted, sir? Yeah. Yes. Then another one also, sir. Another, yes. Then from 1983 onwards, the leadership in Tehran pushed Khomeini, the president of Afghanistan who already died. They pushed Khomeinists or people who are, or this political party who was supporting Khomeini when he was ruling in Iran. So pushed Khomeini's groups from the Afghan diaspora. So most of the our Afghan population who migrated during the invasion of Russia to Iran. So this category came under the trap of the Khomeini's groups. So then the same like those category, those people who migrated to Pakistan came under in the eyesight trap. The same day, this Shia diaspora came and the trap of Khomeini's groups that called mainly, they called Pasdaran, Sipahi Pasdaran or Pasdaran army and the Nasser. These two Shia groups, they were supporting the government of Khomeini. They were political parties in Iran. So they were making all the strategical strategy for the Afghan Mujahideen, Shia Mujahideen, and Iran. So they brutally suppressed the Shia and its social base, and what amounted to an inner Hazara civil war. They also started discrimination within the Hazara, and mostly conflict also started. Hazara group is also, Hazara itself, Shia is also in different version and categories. So that is, they were not having any united within themselves, but against other ethnicity, they are united overall. In 1987, Tehran forced the 8 major Shia groups, as we mentioned before, the so-called Hashtgana, we call it. Before I said Haftgana, it means 7 in Pakistan, and Hashtgana, Hasht means 8, or in Tehran, or 8, or I have written here, Islamic Coalitions Council of Afghanistan, from which in 1989 Hizb Wahdat, still the powerful Shia political party, is active in Kabul. And these two gentlemen, who are, one is the council of the Ashraf Ghani's counselor, which his name is Haji Muhakkak, and another is the Danish, which is the vice president of Ghani, and they were also the same vice president and counselor of the Karzai government as well. So they are strongly now active, and more than their percentage, they have taken power in the government of Afghanistan. So yeah, next, sir. So this was first led by the Abdul Ali Mazari, who killed by Mujahideen and by Taliban in 1995. So in 1995, when Taliban seized Kabul, so they asked Abdul Ali Mazari to come and Chaurasia, very close area to Kabul. They asked Mazari to come in order to have a discussion on the ongoing problem, conflict problem. So he believed the request of the Taliban and gone to Chaurasia area to meet the Taliban leader. But the Taliban leader assassinated this person. So after that, the gap between between Hazara and Pashtun further increased, because this person by himself accepted the invitation of Taliban and gone there to meet the Taliban leader, but Taliban unhumanly killed this person, so who was guest to the Taliban area. So this situation created some irrespect, and also created some differences between the Shia and Sunni or Pashtun and Hazara and Afghanistan. So and then by Abdul Karim Khalili, who is still part of the reconciliation, member of the reconciliation with Abdullah, also the Wahdat Islami was leading by this person. So the non-Azara Harakat Islamiyya Afghanistan, Islamic movement of Afghanistan, under as religious leader Sheikh Asif Mohseni, that before I said, we had also Pashtun Shia. He was from Kandahar of Afghanistan. He was speaking Pashto. His mother language was Pashto, but he was Shia. So he was, but non-Azara. He was not from Azara ethnicity. Only he was a leader of this movement of Islamic movement of Afghanistan under its religion. Yeah. So soon opened up also, leaving the predominantly Hazara Hizb Wahdat as the only active Shia groups. Within Hizb Wahdat, the constituent groups maintained some coherence, unity. Today they have unity among the Azara ethnicity, and strongly they are active in Afghanistan. So particularly in rural area means, and some parts of Ghazni and Bamiyan in the whole city, and Kabul, and some even in the center, and some rural area also, they are strongly active. So in addition to, yes sir, Chandra. So in addition to the Peshawar 7 and the Tehran 8, dozens of other armed groups continue to fight against the Russia and for their own organizational survival. So every party separately, at that time, they had only one objective: to fight against the Russian government who has occupied Afghanistan. So these 15 groups, 8 from Pashtun, Tajiks, Sunni, and 8 from Shia, they fought against the Russian forces almost 1 decade. So on the other side of the front line, the PDAP, I mean People Development, Public Democratic Party, which was this Khalqin Parchami, I means the left wings who are ruling in Kabul. They were pro Russia. They also established a one party stated after it takes the 27 April 1997. So these two parties, that mostly Parchami party, they were established from Persian language people, and Persian mostly they were Tajiks were member of this organization, but Khalq, I mean the public, and in this category mostly Pashtun was the leader, so the members. So mostly Parcham was supported by Babra Karmal, who was from Kabul and was a Persian language person, and Khalq was leading by the Nur Muhammad Taraki, who was a Pashtun from Ghazni. So, but these both parties, which were supporting directly by the Russia, they have made only one united party, and they were ruling in Kabul. Still, they are one united parties, whether it is Parcham or Khalq. So their strategy, their goal, their plan, everything is the same. Only the name was different because Parcham, Pashtun and Tajik, it was planned by the Russia also to be segregated. So, but since the goal of Russia was the same, at that time they were united. So, yeah, 5 groups were declared enemies by the Khalq regimes when the Communist Party came into power. They announced all the other political parties as the enemy of the government. They were not considering them as a political party, but only considered them as a bond. It means only they are a terrorist group. So that's why the Parchamists, the Islamists, and the Maoist was mostly supporting by the China. So, but they had no rule and political parties so far. Some people, they are claiming that Ahmad Shah Massoud was a Maoist, but in the form of Mujahideen or in the form of Islamist, he was active. And some other political leaders also, they were found to be part of the Maoist category. But Maoist itself had no power in the political domain and was not much active. So the Setami also, there was one category by the Setami, and the Setami also had same tendency to Maoist. It means they were part of the left wings. In Afghanistan, and Afghan Milliyat, we call it Afghan Milli. Still, they are very activated, and politically, they were working with the Karzai government as well as now with the Ghani government. Also, they are working. So that 77 is nothing. It is only, sorry. Sorry, 1 minute. I have some mistake was here. Okay, no problem. I just remove this. Don't make no sense, last. Okay. Well, so the Parchamist and the Islamist, the Maoist and the Setami, they were all the same ideology, but different names. Setami and Setamis and Afghan Milliyats mostly they were nationalists. They try to only give more importance as a member and their parties for Pashtun, not for Tajiks. So along with independent intellectuals, so many of whom they were arrested, killed, or disappeared, sometimes with their whole families. Because the government of communist, they were only recognizing their own parties, this Parcham and Khalq, but already I said they were united. So they were the other rest of the parties, they were not allowed to be as a to be active as a political party at the time of Russia. So most of these people recognized by the government of the Russia, recognized and all either killed or disappeared or but hold their family killed. So the purge within the party against Parcham and Khalq, and later against Khalq they started. When Parcham came to power, perpetuated the split between the two major functions. So this was the scenario that we explained during the war situation, how the political parties they emerged by foreigners in Pakistan and Iran and Kabul as a political parties. So then political organization, we are coming the next page with political organizations during the Mujahideen and the Taliban regime. So after the fall of Najib, when Dr. Najibullah government collapsed by the Mujahideen, and in 1990 there was not much space for political organization because other political, the left wing totally disappeared. Only the right wing, Mujahideen from Pakistan and Mujahideen from Iran, total groups were 15, they came into power. It means they came into political power in Afghanistan. There was not much space for political organization during the intra-factional war and the subsequent Taliban rule. Yesterday I mentioned when Najib, the government collapsed, all the Mujahideen immediately entered into Kabul and the civil war started. So there was no space or scope for the other political parties to establish or involved in the political activities during civil war. So this period of civil war was dominated by major military confrontation, which was Hizb Islami, Mujahideen led by Gulbuddin Hekmatyar, and also Jamiat Islami led by Ahmad Shah Massoud and Burhanuddin al-Rabbani. So mostly these two group of Mujahideen was very strong and they involved into civil war. So first between the Tanzim and ever-changing alliance, which was the Northern Alliance, Pashtun, Tajik, Uzbek, Hazara, and also later between the Taliban movement and the United Islamic Front for the Salvations of Afghanistan, better known as the Northern Alliance. So this established on 19 June 1997 when the Taliban captured Kabul, mostly 95% of the Kabul, and this Northern Alliance, which combined of majority of Mujahideen, even Hizb Islami was part of this for a very short period of time, but mostly this Tajik, Pashtun, Uzbek, Hazara, all other non-Taliban category, they joined together as a Northern Alliance and started a struggle or fighting against the Taliban in 1997. So next page, sir. Then starting from the late 1990, when the government of Najib collapsed and Mujahideen came into forces, at that time when there was no international interest for Afghanistan to interfere for the problem reservation, or even there was no knowledge about the present situation or scenario at that time. So their existence started with an anti-Taliban political underground development. So it consisted of pro-democratic groups committed to values like democracy and humanitarian rights, and a reaction to the Taliban violations. But this party was not much famous and could not apparently attract or absorb the youngsters for its strength. They were only hiddenly was getting the support of the United Nations that we are struggling for the safety of the society or the safety of innocent people or non-political people who are in direct conflict between Taliban and Northern Alliance. But later on, by this category of this new pro-democratic groups also abolished in the society. So next page, sir. Most were homegrown. It means they were not attracted by their political understanding or political knowledge. By just they are for the safety of the people or innocent people who were killing at that time during the fight between Taliban and Northern Allies. So like Republic Parties of Afghanistan, RPA is Republican Parties of Afghanistan. Every political party in Afghanistan which includes the word of republic, people will be against them. People will be considered as an infidel party or a left-wing party. So republic always is not acceptable. But this party was very liberal people. They were only thinking for the welfare of the people of Afghanistan. So when founded in 1999, it was about to 1992. Oh, sorry, this is also 92 is not here included, some mistake is here. Only 1992, and a symbolic act. So this party only established in a symbolic part. That symbolic means directly it was not influencing on political domain, but symbolically it came into existence. So it declared the United States Humanitarian Declaration, its program. Only they were saying we are not such a political party to enter into conflict either with the Taliban or either with the Northern Alliance. But this political party is only for the humanitarian, human rights purpose to get maintained, right? So as one of the few parties, it has a membership across the ethnicity. It means not only Pashtun, Tajik, but all the ethnicity they were part of this political party. Over the year, RPA had to fight takeover attempts by former Khalqis and later by Sayyaf, unity parties. So they attracted or they absorbed, they faced with a conflict with these two parties because they considered as a non-Muslim or left-wing political parties. Then this which led to some losses in membership. So the membership of this party by the passage of time disappeared, while the party accepted from PDPA. So CA is emerging from this PA and political, public democratic people of Afghanistan. So even I have difficulties with the pronunciations of this party. So members was its ranks, and has also strictly excluded this PDP leaders. So down to the level of central community members from leading positions. So next page, then we are coming to the parties and the past Taliban period. So you see how the political parties are changing very fastly over the passage of time. When the system is changing, the political parties also automatically changing. Even their name changed, even their role is disappearing. So the new version of political party comes into existence. This is the problem that most of the political parties in Afghanistan is not mature, because day by day, every 10 years or every 1 decade, there is another government and with another new parties, political parties. So maturity does not exist in political parties of Afghanistan. So this parties in the post Taliban conflict, it means when the Taliban, after the fall of the Taliban regime, and in 2001, led by the United States and NATO, the three major political currents, so the Islamist, the left, and the ethnic nationalist, resurfaced as the backbone of the emergence multiple party system. Because when the Taliban collapsed, so there was a democratic society built by the Hamid Karzai, and Karzai himself was right wing. Yesterday I said he was member of Islamic party of Muhammadi when he was in Pakistan. But when he came into power, he was not he was not a long time member of this Islamic party, only supported directly by the United States to build a democratic society. Despite Karzai himself is a Islamist, but the objective or duty given to him by the United States was to build a democratic society in which every party, every different parties, I mean by different notions, by different ideology, by different strategic goals, they could have the possibility to be active in that society. Therefore, in Karzai and Ghani session, there was left wing and right wing political parties, still they are active. So it means all the political party has the right to be active. Whereas in Communist Party, only Khalq and Pasham or the left wing was the right to be active. Left of the Mujahideen or left of the political parties do not allowed. So this was only the one privilege of this system, which is democratic, and everybody with their separate ideas or their particular ideas can have part in this government. So while the old Tanzim, all the old organizations and other armed factions try to shape themselves as political parties, they were also split and attempts at alliance to building at the same time. So next page, sir. So with the Tanzim and positions of armed power controlling most of the resources and dominating the different layers of the government, post-Taliban, Afghanistan inherited for the most parties, I mean parties, factions, politics, and the politics of arms accumulated by the variety of warlords. Means that for warlords also still there are some Mujahideen party who political parties like Hizb Islami, like Jamiat Islami, like Wahdat Islami, still they have their arm with themselves. A couple of months back, before the Taliban reached to the south zone of Afghanistan, there was an interview with Ismail Khan. I mean, he was member of Jamiat Islami and mayor of the Herat city. He announced for the government to do not collect or do not enter the Mujahideen house for collecting of their arms. So when he was asked what is the reason and why to leave the Mujahideen to have still weapons or gun with themselves, what is the fun of this? So he simply mentioned the point which is allied with the present situation. He simply said, tomorrow if Taliban comes to the Herat, how Mujahideen can fight against them? Let the Mujahideen have their own weapons in their houses. So that is why today Herat was almost taken by the Taliban. But those Mujahideen who were their weapons from the time of Russia invasion, still they are with arms, right? So these political parties also joined or reshaped, some of them reshaped their strategy and joined those political parties which are very strong and dominated in the government, maybe Jamiat Islami or Hizb Islami or Wahdat Islam. So as a result, alternative political forces lived in constant fear of persecutions and are only able to operate relatively freely in the largest city and a few rural areas. Now, mostly, as my own experience, and 34 provinces of Afghanistan, mostly old Mujahideen who established their parties either in Pakistan or in Afghanistan or in Iran, they are strongly dominated in cities and government and also in suburb area or rural area of Afghanistan. Because the society is Islamic society and people are trying to always demonstrate that we are Muslim, whether their action is Islamic action or not, but they are not demonstrating themselves as a left-wing political parties. So then we have, now we are reaching to the present time of the legal Taliban parties, how Talibans are considered or is going to be considered as a legal party. Before they were considered as a terrorist, before they considered as a insurgents, but now they are whether legal parties or not. So in 2004, there was even an attempt somewhat similarly to Hizb Islami to set up a legal Taliban party. So most of the people knows this, that Taliban established by ISI, but majority of the member of Taliban, they are the orphan or the members of Hizb Islami, because this party is very strict and extremist in nature. So then I head through to unknown Maulay Muhammad Arif Haqqani. This is also Karzai applied for the registrations of the Afghanistan Madani Islami Milli Tanzim. So later on also they registered by the Ministry of Justice in Kabul, and they accepted as a political party. Whereas this political party inherently is a extremist Islamic parties, which is obeying all the real regulations, paved the way for the Taliban party. So and then this is also civil Islamic national organizations of Afghanistan announcing plans to bring together all Taliban factions with a political or the policy completely opposite to that of the hardline Taliban. So again, they made another group of Taliban that we are united all the Talibans together, but these are the new version. So whatever the present Taliban are doing, we are keeping ourselves away from such an activities. But in reality, this is not the fact. So however, the party was not heard of again. So then we have the Shia parties, mostly from the beginning of the jihad or when the Russian forces attacked Afghanistan, these Shia parties who were mostly pro-Iran, supported by the Iran, and they activated in Afghanistan, fought for 10 years against the Russian forces. Now they are also part of the country. So the largest of the Shia parties has been Wahdat Islami, that already I said was led by a leader, Mazari, who killed by the Taliban. had already split into two during the Taliban era. Basically when Abdul Ali Mazari killed by the Taliban, this party also divided into two sections. So when Ustad Muhammad Akbari struck an agreement with them and maintained control under some Kandahari supervisions over part of the Hazarajat, while Khalili, who was presently he was vice president of Karzai, but now he is member of reconciliation with Dr. Abdullah. They were the wings remain with the NA, the National Army. National unity. So from their strongholds in northern and central area, Muhaqqaq, Haji Muhammad Muhaqqaq, who was counselor to the President Ghani, and Kazimi, who killed already by a suicide attack a couple of years back, they developed their own functions with the officially leaving Hizb Wahdat Islami in 2002. This was another party who has left the Hizb Wahdat Islami, Shia or Hazara. See, Wahdat during very short period of time divided into three categories. So during both presidential and parliamentary election, Muhaqqaq, who is present now, very effectively mobilized the Hazara community to give vote to President Karzai and also to give vote for the President Ghani. They participated in the presidential election. So they are projecting themselves as the one Hazara leader and opposition to Karzai. Sometimes when they turned against the Karzai, all these three parties unitedly turned against the Karzai's policy. So also Muhaqqaq, they added up third and the first elections. So, and the strongest candidate in Kabul, and the second only to shift back into the governments comes afterwards. When Muhaqqaq chose to support Sayyaf as the government's candidate, Sayyaf was the leader of Unity Hizb. Still he is in Kabul. So the first person who started the civil war in Kabul between Shia and Sayyaf is a Pashtun, and then in the west part of Kabul, they were the first people who are started the civil conflict, and these two parties killed a lot of people and destroyed whole the city at that whole the houses, the infrastructure and that part of the Kabul city. So, but see how political notions for their own benefit or for their own strength, they are changing minute by minute, day by day or time by time. When Muhaqqaq choose to support Sayyaf, so as the government's candidate for Hulusi Jirga, a speaker against his elsewise all Qanuni, who was also member of Jamiat Islami, he lost much of the influence he had gained earlier. So that was the the influence that before Muhaqqaq had in the government lost due to this support of Sayyaf. Hulusi Jirga is only the National Assembly. There's a highest National Assembly, which sometimes when national problem arises, the people or the political, the ulama, the religions leaders, they are joining together and they are taking a final decision. So we call it, this called Loya Jirga or Hulusi Jirga. So there were several attempts to reunify the Shia camp, and later at least Hizb Wahdat was the strong political party with a Shia ethnicity, but all failed. Nobody could bring unity between these members and this Wahdat to re-establish this Hizb Wahdat as a one united political party. in September 2004, the Khalili wing, I mean the Khalili party of Wahdat Islami, held its restructuring Congress in Kabul, but none of the other invited functions leaders or independent individuals joined when it becomes obvious that the historical leader was not prepared to give up his leading role and allow new faces to emerge. So in fact, Khalili informed the participants that the party's founder, Shia Muslim, had already decided to re-elect him and went on to name two deputies. So then after this, post-Taliban's leader political parties, Anan Jihadi Tanzim, Junbish. So basically, Junbish Islami, established by the General Abdul Rashid Dostum. General Abdul Rashid Dostum himself is an illiterate person, but a very wise military person. He was first he was only a simple soldier at the time of Dr. Najibullah. But since his performance was very good in military area, so he became slowly, the government Najib gave him more and more rank till he became a general of army. So even the governments of Najib collapsed when this gentleman turns against the Najib in the north of Afghanistan. Because ethnically, this person is very strong. So when Najib government collapsed, despite this person is himself a communist, because he was pro Najib government and pro Russia government, and all the weapons and the possibility, military and financially possibility, he was taken from the Russia at that time, and he was the only person, the strong person, military person who was fighting against Mujahideen. All the Mujahideen at that time were scaring from this person. Still they are scaring. So what he did after when the Najib government collapsed, automatically this person made a Tanzim or an organization under the name of Junbish Milli Islami Afghanistan or National Islamic Movement of Afghanistan. So what he did, all these pro-Najib or means pro-communist members, they all joined as a member of under this Islamic movement. Today, only maybe around 90% of the members. The name of the organization is Islamic organization, but the member of the organization, they are all left-wing, are not Muslim. They are all communist and they are all infidel. When Junbish Islami or the National Islamic Movements of Afghanistan is a military or politically organizations like the Islamist Tanzim, the same like Hizb Islami, like Jamiat and other Wahdat and other parties. They are performing the same Islamic activities. So it has to be treated separately for its different backgrounds. But the background, I told you, this is totally different. So initially, a pro-government militia, right? Junbish allied itself with the NA, it meant Northern Alliance. NA or Northern Alliance in 1992. So only then was Junbish officially established as a party. Before, it was not considered as a party, but when the government of Najib collapsed, so in 1992, automatically, the organization. Isolating between the government and the opposition camps, while its internal mechanism, like that of the Tanzim, are still dominated by its leader, General Abdurrashid Dostum. I said, it is not just a loose coalitions of military commanders, but also included political parties and groups. So I think, I don't know what happened. So where we were? Well, so we just wrap up our presentation up to here. I think there's the total scenario of political parties explained in this part. So also the time is almost over. Any questions, kindly raise it.
Yes, Doctor. Absolutely. I think, again, very fascinating insight into some of the other actors which are actually, operating. Especially, you've made a lot of effort to go into the background and how these parties have emerged.
Yes.
And especially in terms of, what is the situation currently. I think our focus of the discussion possibly could be on the present situation, because I think it seems quite obvious that the Taliban appears to be emerging as a very strong force in Afghanistan.
Yes.
And hence, Dr. Aidar, I will kickstart the discussion by asking you that, what is the ability of some of these groups? Because what we are seeing is many of the provincial capitals that have also fallen are, in those areas which were earlier, where I think the Northern Alliance and some of the other groups had significant influence. So I'm just wondering that what is the ability of these groups?
Yes.
How can they provide any resistance currently?
Yes. Yes, if you noticed, I mentioned in my presentation that these different factions, different category of political parties with in terms of ethnicity, Pashtun, Tajik, and Hazara, they were really very strong. So when they are get united, they became more stronger. Even Taliban's many times defeated at the first time when they captured Afghanistan in 1994. So the only person who were resisting against the Taliban and Mazar-e-Sharif, that was General Dostum, Hizb Wahdat, and also Jamiat Islami. These three parties, they were strongly united at that time. They were able at the time to struggle and fight against the Taliban. Taliban could not defeat them. But the scenario in this time has totally changed. So when Taliban first came in power in 1994, the world community was not supporting both sides. Neither Taliban only were supported by Pakistan or Saudi Arabia, and directly by the United States, but not in that large extent. So the opposition of the government, Taliban, General Dostum, Janbish Islami, Jamiat Islami, and also Wahdat Islami, they were also supported by Iran, but not very strongly. So the basic goal yesterday I explained that at that time United States wanted these Mujahideen, this Taliban, to collect all the weapons from the society to provide an opportunity for the United States to land forces in Afghanistan. But right now, as I see the situation, that is totally different. Now only one-sided, the United States is supporting the government which is puppet to USA, and from other side, Taliban were also puppet of the United States. So both sides, they are against the ethnicity or this political or military parties like Janbish Islami led by Dostan and Jamiat Islami and also Wahdat Islami. So the goal is totally different now. So these parties are not getting any support by United States. So whatever they are getting through Iran or maybe China or some other Islamic countries, that is not sufficient. And the policy of USA are not as such to defeat the Taliban. Taliban, whatever strategy was giving them as a military power, I have to get it, have to fulfill it. So I think Taliban is strongly supported by United States and Iran and Saudi Arabia or Turkey. These countries are not in that stage to make these parties more and more stronger to fight against the Taliban. I 2, 3, or maybe 5 Talibans are just coming with a motorcycles. So the whole city will be handed over to them. There is more than 200 or 500 soldiers without any struggle, any fight. They are hand over the cities. There is some political game that only is going on there. It's difficult to understand whether the governments of Kabul also involved in this issue or not. That soldier is not fighting, or if the soldier is fighting, the commander is making this. General Dostan or Hizb Wahdat, they are strong in their cities. It's not it, but still. But some elements within these groups, they are making the Taliban. So that is the main causes of fallout of these cities.
Right, Dr. Haider, thank you. I think
policy
we are
is
now
very
staring
difficult.
at, I mean, at least
But
in terms of
apparently
what you
we
say.
are seeing to the situation that why the Afghan soldiers are not fighting. They are surrendering themselves to the Taliban. This is a little bit complex, and since fully equipped with very modern weapons and possibility.
Right. So, I mean, at least in terms of what you are saying, it appears that we are now today talking about the Taliban taking control in Afghanistan and largely there being no real opposition on the ground, either from some of these other ethnic groups or really from the Afghan government or even the United States. I think that's the key takeaway that seems to be emerging from your observation, Dr. Haider. Aida, are you able to hear me? No, we are not able to hear you. So maybe I think there is a problem with your, with your connection.
Yes.
Okay. So let me then, quickly ask some of the others. If anybody would like to
Yes,
ask anything
so
from Dr.
yesterday,
Haider
if
for
you
this
remember,
session,
also I said
or
that within 2 decades. Yes, sir, I'm able to hear you. Only I off my.
Dr. Haider, yeah, no, I think we are not able to hear you very clearly.
Problem.
Yeah, well, I can understand. Dr. Haider is
Am
sitting in
I
Kabul, so
audible?
it's a bit difficult. Dr. Haider, on and off, a little inconsistent. Could you please, is it possible for you to log out and log in again? Okay, he has done that. Okay, maybe he'll try to log back in. But we've had two very, very interesting presentations today following yesterday's presentations. Yesterday, of course, we focused on the US withdrawal from Afghanistan, which has triggered all these rapid developments that have taken place and caused a lot of concern for the region in terms of its security and stability. We've also had a discussion touching upon what some of the countries that are in the neighborhood of Afghanistan, what are they attempting to do in response to the US withdrawal. Today, of course, we went internally into Afghanistan and looked at first the major actor that appears to be becoming stronger by the day, which is the Taliban. And then, of course, some of the other ethnic groups that had emerged in Afghanistan. But at least according to Dr. Haider's presentation, it appears that most of them today don't seem to have any support from some of the external actors like Iran, like Turkey, and some of the other Central Asian countries. So what this is doing is that it appears that Afghanistan, the Taliban is going to come to some form of control there in the near future, and this is going to increase the importance of Pakistan in Afghanistan. And I think from an Indian perspective, this has worrying implications because India has had very strong links with Afghanistan over the last 20 years. Yesterday in the inaugural address, of course, Professor Patel, the Vice Chancellor, spoke about the Indian contribution in Afghanistan. But I think today it would be safe to say, based on the observations of our Afghan friends, that Pakistan and the Taliban appears to have become stronger in Afghanistan. There is also a possibility that we may see increasing instability in the larger region, whether that is going to be China and Xinjiang, or whether that is going to be Kashmir and India, or whether that is going to be in some of the other former Soviet republics, like places like Chechnya, for example. We don't know, but there is a possibility. We will now, I think, unfortunately, Dr. Haider is not yet come back. As I mentioned, he is in Kabul, and he is unfortunately, there is a problem, as you would all understand. But if anybody wants to make any comments, any observations on Dr. Haider's presentation, now is a good time. I think we can have a discussion, maybe depending on the participants, of course, and also if Dr. Haider is able to come back. I think Mr. Sahem, I would request you just to try and contact him and see what is the situation.
Sure, sir. Sure.
And also, I think, so let me just open it up for the participants. If anybody wants to make any comments, Dr. Saurabh, I know you've been following Afghanistan very closely. If you have anything to say, please feel free.
Surely, surely. I would just add to what the presenter has said. There were two things which I wanted. In fact, one thing I wanted to ask him when this whole constitution was being made and their elections were happening. They chose the Afghan government. It was forced, and the people had chosen first past the post type of an election, and that led to a lot of electoral wastage. There was no proper selection, but it was a lot of wastage of votes which had happened. So what has been done on that ground? Has any improvement happened in the last few years? Because then after 2 elections, there was a talk that we would be changing this process. So that is number one. And on number two, I would bring to the focus that there has been a scholar, Mr. Abdul Wardak. He was a lawyer. And in his one journal, he has published an article where he has tried to merge the local jirga system with the proper legal system. Now, that is something which is very important in such cases where there has been no formal structures, and then you just force. This forcing of the structures was from the American side, which the people were not able to accept. So rather than having just from the cosmetic or the outside forces, if that system would have been merged, that would have worked better for Afghanistan. That is my observation. And I would have been happy to have the comments of the scholar. Thank you.
No, I think those are again two very, very, very important and valid points. As I said, we're having trouble connecting to Dr. Haider, but since, Mr. Firdaus did refer to the constitution in his initial, sort of presentation while discussing Taliban. If Mr. Firdaus is still here with us, I can see he's logged in. Firdaus, are you there? Okay. Okay. I don't know whether you heard the observations of Dr. Saurabh. I think the first observation he made was on the constitution and on the wastage of the votes and the first past the post system. Dr. Saurabh, you can maybe, Firdaus, did you hear his question?
It was not clear me. If it's possible to repeat it again, sir.
Should I?
Yes, please.
Yeah, Mr. Firdaus, my question was, when this election system was taking place, when the planning was being done, then the system which was chosen was the first past the post system, which was probably in 3 nations at that point of time. One was Vanuatu, and which was practically possible for a smaller countries. Now that system of election was taken up by Afghanistan, which led to a lot of electoral vote wastage, and which was very well highlighted in 2004 and 5 elections and later on in the second election. So there were talks that we will be changing this. Has anything happened on that front? That was my number one question. And number two was, there was a legal Professor Abdul Wardak, probably he has come up with an article where he has suggested that just taking the things from outside, it would have been better that if the lower jirga system could have been incorporated in the legal system, that would have worked better for Afghanistan rather than just having a formal outside system, because that system required money and people did not have money to go to the courts. So these are my 2 questions, which I just wanted a observation. What is your take on that? Thank you.
According to your questions, as you know, in Afghanistan, a lot of dispute resolved by negotiations of elders. It called, as you know, jirga. A lot of every province they have their own traditional systems. Suppose Pakya have their own system, customs, Lagman their own customs, and so Kandahar and all of province have their own systems. Some of those claims which they resolve by negotiator, as you told, it is very easy and accessible for all well-educated people, for all those people which they want to solve their problems. And also, that's one. And another is that is very accessible for people. They can solve their problems very easy. And also, as you mentioned, it's very cheap. They don't want money from that. If you want to go to the government court for solving the problems or to get a big decision, that will be very expensive.
Yes, sir. I am audible now.
Yes, Dr. Seth, you are audible?
Yes, Dr. Haider. Yes. Firdaus sir, since connection with Dr. Haider is so difficult, I would.
Yeah, I mentioned before that the general director of Kabul Electricity escaped yesterday. So we remain all orphan.
Yeah, no, I think Dr. Haider, there was two observations by Dr. Saurabh, who is one of our participants. One was the kind of election system that was introduced in Afghanistan
Yes.
post the US invasion and takeover in Afghanistan.
Yes.
That particular system was first past the post system.
Yes.
Now, Dr. Saurabh said that this system has been introduced only in very few countries around the world, and it is useful for smaller countries, and not for a country as diverse and much bigger as Afghanistan is. So his question was that, and I think it was in reference to whether any reforms will happen, or has there been any talk of any changes to this particular electoral system, because he feels that a lot of the electoral votes are getting wasted.
Yes.
Got wasted. So your comments on that, please.
So basically, that electoral first and second. First was in 2006, I think. I can't remember the time, but it was the first sessions of Ahmed Karzai. This type of presidential selection started. So, despite that was on the same path of electoral, which was proved by the Minister of Justice of Afghanistan, that people who are eligible, who are completed only 14 years of their ages, they can select themselves as a president. So rest of the people only as a voter, they should have completed their age 18. That was free for all the communities. There was no restriction in terms of ethnicity, in terms of rural, urban, or whatever. But the problem was that that time Taliban was getting day by day stronger. So the area limited. The government could not reach out to all part of the country. So some limitation created by the government, only people were able to go and cast their vote in that area which was under the control of Taliban, which only consisted of only 50% of the society. So in real terms of election, so the government is supposed to reach out to all members of the society where they are living. But due to this critical situation at that time, most of the people could not, even in 3 terms of presidential electoral in Kabul, people were not able to go and cast their views or their votes. So this was the problem that sir has mentioned, that is special types of presidential electorate in poor economies or economy with less population can be held. Sorry,
Okay.
my
Yeah, doctor. Go ahead. Please go ahead. Dr.
yeah.
Saurabh, is that fine? Is that was
Yeah,
your second?
yeah. The
You
second one, probably Mr. Firdaus was answering it, so it was
Yeah, that was
anyone
in
can.
relation to a legal expert that you were referring to,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
Yes, as I mentioned, as a lot of people want to go to solve their problems by elders. That elders want to give satisfy to the claim of the to the party of the claim. For this reason, it don't have another turn. Suppose the government want to solve your problems or doctor said make the offline ka. Doctor said make the unmute kada manana.
Huh. Yeah.
Uh, for this reason, people want to solve their problem in one part. If someone want to go to solve their problem in government courts, first of all, you should give a lot of money to reach the governmental court. Suppose you want to go from a rural area up to city, and you should have a defense lawyer. You should give money to those people which they write the claims, the another documents. That will be very difficult for peoples. But nowadays, as you suggest, our government also start this negotiation to give a place to the informal justice with formal justice also. Now they make one rule. And before also, some of cases they refer to the elder also to solve it. But nowadays they give a lot of authority to the elders. According to law jirga, as you told, nowadays it's very difficult to make a law jirga according to mention in Constitution of Afghanistan. In Constitution of Afghanistan, it came when we want to make a law jirga. Law jirga will be made by member of parliament, member of district council, member of provincial council members. Till now, since this 20 years, the government cannot make district council. We don't have member from district councils. As you know, our election about our election also you know. For this reason, nowadays it is very difficult. For ex-government also, it was very difficult to make a really low jirga. Then just they make the low jirga by the name of low jirga they make, and they want those people which just they selected. That not the really representative of the rural peoples. Because as I told, we don't have till now district council. We don't have. As I will tell another also, that till now we don't have electronical ID card. In election, a lot of people gave 100 votes, 50 votes, because of our ID card is a paper. A person can make a lot of papers. They make it in their homes. They make it in a lot of fake ID card also. It's very easy. Now they started since I think 2 years or 1 year they started to give ID cards to all peoples. After that, if they divide for all people of Afghanistan electronic ID card, and they make district council also. After that, it will be possible to make alloy.
Thank you.
Welcome, sir.
Yeah, very, I think very detailed and very interesting. Would
Yes.
anybody else want to add anything at all? Roger or anyone else? would you want to add anything to the observations before we break for lunch?
Sir, I would like to pinpoint some real facts and connections to Mr. Fardaus'
Sure.
comments. So
Sure.
basically, this three sessions of presidential electoral, this was only on the as cosmetics one. It means this was only artificial. So the president of Afghanistan, mostly they were selected by the United States. So just it was only a formality, because still we don't have any statistics regarding our population since the time of Sardar Dawood onwards. I mean 4 decades before. So far, we don't have any general census. All the information or data is analyzing on the basis of sample, right? And moreover, our people is not registered formally with the government. So Mr. Firdaus also pinpointed that before a person could vote more than 100 times, right? There was condition for selecting yourself as a president of the government if you are able to, for example, prepare 100 documents or 1,000 documents for the electoral boards. But people who are able to provide more than this 1,000 documents or 1,000 ID cards from the people, because they could get a lot of duplicated documents to prepare for the board. This was another problem in presidential election. And overall, one point which I mentioned at the beginning is that all the presidents, the vice presidents, the ministers, from the beginning of USA invasion in Afghanistan up to now, they are all pre-planned selection by the United States or by the stakeholders from outside. Nobody can get any position by its own professionality or by its own, capacity. So everything is either in the political, positions, high-rank position, or being part of the government in terms of high-ranking position. Either you must be part of political parties or either you have to get support from outside. So President Ghani, President Karzai, both in these 2 decades, they already were selected by the United States. Whether the people voting or the people right was not even considered. So they already were being selected by the United States, and all the financial expenses for the election also provided by the United States. So when a person is giving financial support to you, obviously they want what they select what they want. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Haider and Mr. Firdaus. Is there anybody else who would like to add anything? I know we have representative from Ladakh. If you are available, sir, would you like to make a comment or ask anything? I see Jiten Singh sir has also joined us. Sir, अगर आप सुन पा रहे हैं मुझे लद्दाख में representative from Ladakh, if they are able to hear us, would you want to ask any comment, any feedback, questions? Praveen Yadav ji, would you like to ask anything? आप कुछ पूछना चाहते हैं to our Afghan scholars? Okay. Jiten sir, would you like to share anything, say anything before we break for lunch?
I have recently joined. I was not a part of the presentation, so I could not comment or have any queries about this.
Yeah.
I will be available on the next session, then we can talk.
Sure. So, the first two sessions, of course, we discussed on the Taliban and the other ethnic groups within Afghanistan and what is the situation currently. I think moving forward, we will be having one session where we will be looking at the interests of our regional actors in and around Afghanistan and what is at stake for them when it comes to Afghanistan and the developments that are taking place in Afghanistan. Of course, some references have already been made by Dr. Haider yesterday when he discussed about the reactions of various regional actors to the US withdrawal in Afghanistan and also to the Taliban coming to power. So in this case, Mr. Sahem will discuss that briefly in the immediately after lunch. And then we have also had one dedicated session for recommendations, because I think we have a lot of discussions and a lot of us have ideas, but sometimes I think it is important to just have a focus session where we can decide on what can be done. So there, all our three Afghan scholars will be participating. And I would also request all our participants, if you have any recommendations or any suggestions, then we would like to take that down and we would like to definitely send it to our policymakers. So I think if nobody has anything else to add, I would like to thank Dr. Haider once again.
Thank you, sir.
Despite all the difficulties, I think Dr. Haider has made three very excellent presentations, and we look forward to listening to your comments on the recommendations, Dr. Haider.
Yes, sir.
And also, of course, are both our Afghan scholars who are Mr. Ferdos and Mr. Sahem. So we will break now for lunch and meet at 2 o'clock, sharp at 2 o'clock. And we can start with Mr. Sahem's session. That will be on the stake for various regional countries in Afghanistan. So we will meet at 2 o'clock, which is in about 55 minutes from now. Okay. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. See you soon. Bye.
Okay. Bye-bye. The session has been concluded. من چه کاکا باز قطع شد؟ نه خلاص شد آجیستشان دیگه ما باز گفت
So I think we are good to go. It's about almost 2 o'clock. And considering we have one more session after this, where we would like to focus specifically on the recommendations, I think we should start now. We have our speaker for this session, Mr. Sahem, who of course needs no introduction because he had made a presentation on the US withdrawal first up. So right now we'll focus, as I had indicated, on the other regional actors in the region and what is at stake for them. Maybe Mr. Sahem might also touch upon the various sort of peace process that is currently going on in different places, and how, for example, Qatar is involved, Russia, for example. We've had some dialogues in Moscow, we've had some dialogues in Doha, and then of course various delegations have also even met in Iran. Pakistan wanted to host a dialogue, but that I think was cancelled. And the Taliban, of course, went to China, to Beijing, which was referred to yesterday. So without taking too much more time, I request Mr. Sahem now to start his discussion.
Sir, your mic is on mute.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, great. Okay. So Sahem is back, and let us then, I think, start our discussion now. If everyone else is back also.
But it is a electricity problem. Maybe I cannot share my PPT.
Sahem, I think you're muted.
No, sir, I'm not muted.
We are not able to hear you.
Just wait for the electric shock. Just give me a few minutes. I will be ready.
Okay, so we are back again, Sam. Would you like to start now? Yeah. Okay. And please unmute yourself. Thank you.
My screen is visible to everyone, sir.
Yes, yes. Are you able to expand it a little more? Maybe click on the last icon next to that 90%. Yeah. You see that 90% below? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Just click on that.
Now it's visible, sir.
Okay, okay. Perfect. Oh, go ahead. Please go ahead.
So in this session, as Dr. Venkat said, we are going to talk about the external actors, role of external actors in Afghanistan post-withdrawal. So in here we have four major actors, 4 to 5 major actors. The first one is Russia. So Russia, what is the concerns of Russia about the post-withdrawal of U.S. from Afghanistan? What is Russia thinking about the Afghanistan, the future of Afghanistan? So these are all the questions that we are going to discuss in this session. So first of all, why Russia is worried about the future of Afghanistan? So, as the military withdrawal from Afghanistan is very, near, is about to complete, Russia is playing a more assertive role in managing its fallout. On August 5th, Russia carried out a military drills in Tajikistan and Uzbekistan, which seeks to prevent a spillover of instability from Afghanistan to Central Asia. Moreover, Russia also initiated the August 11 extended Troika meeting in Doha, as Dr. Venkat mentioned about this in his speech, which allows it to engage with the US, Pakistan, China on facilitating intra-Afghan dialogue and promote the political solution in Afghanistan. So the expansion of Russia involvement in Afghan security can be explained by three factors. First, Russia is concerned about the security of its southern flank in Central Asia. So as I mentioned, the Russia
Yeah,
involvement.
Mr. Saim, I'm sorry. We've just
Yeah, we
been
have
struggling with this
this problem
electricity.
today and too much. I don't know why this is causing. So the expansion of Russia involvement in Afghan security.
I think we are not able to hear you, unfortunately.
Sir, actually, I'm unmute.
Are you on your mobile?
Yes, sir. Yes. I don't have any option to log in to that mobile. So now you're able to hear me, sir?
Yes, yes.
Okay. So there are three factors that expansion of Russian involvement in Afghan security can be explained. First is Russia is concerned about the security of its southern flank in Central Asia. These Central Asian countries has a border with Afghanistan. So Russia is very concerned about this border. As the Taliban took the power, or as the terrorist groups' activities increase, intensified there in this line, Russia is very concerned about this. The Taliban's military success in the Badakhshan province and Takhar province, which border Tajikistan, have alarmed Russia officials. So Tajikistan's President Imam Ali Rahman has sounded the alarm about the concentration of tourist groups on its shared border with Afghanistan, which includes 3,000 militants from the post-Soviet space in China. So nowadays we are witness that Al-Qaeda, especially ISIS, is very active in the northern part of Afghanistan, especially in those parts that is, there's a border with the Central Asian countries. So Russia is also concerned about the expansion of the ISIS, as I said, presence in Afghanistan, and fears that Stealth diplomatic negotiation could give Daesh time to concentrate its presence. A Daesh foothold in Afghanistan could pose a remote threat to the North Caucasus, which has witnessed regular clash between Russian security forces and Daesh in recent years. This Kafka's parts in recent year has witnessed the presence of Daesh. Daesh militants, they are active there because those Kafka's areas mostly the most of those population are Muslim, and Daesh can easily uh, be active there, can easily, conduct some operation there. And we are witness that the Russia forces are conducted many operations in Kafkas to defeat the Daesh militants there. Second, Russia views insecurity in Afghanistan as an opportunity to consolidate its hegemony over the Central Asia. The Eurasian Economic Union has not expanded beyond Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzstan. Despite extensive negotiations with the Tajikistan and Uzbekistan, and Russia's plans to establish a second base in the southern Kyrgyzstan have settled. While the proposed expansion of Russia Kant base in Kyrgyzstan and deployment of the S-300 missiles defense system to the Russia's base in Dushanbe, Tajikistan were positive steps. The current crisis in Afghanistan has so Russia's security role in Central Asia. It shows that Russia is, this situation can be an opportunity for Russia as well, can be a challenge. So Russia is trying to somehow use this situation. When the security situation is a little bit complicated, but we are trying to somehow explain it. Russia tried to use this situation that is now going on in Afghanistan, because as much as Afghanistan get worse, the situation, the security get worse, Russia can expand its influence in Central Asian countries. As well, it's a big concern, as well as a big threat for Russia, because those groups that they are active in Central Asia, especially in Uzbekistan. There's a group by the name of Islamic Movement of Uzbekistan. It's a very active group at Islamic extremist groups in there. So this Islamic movement of Uzbekistan during the regime of Taliban in 1996 after 2001 had a huge relationship with the Taliban. They had even they had some family relationship between each other, these member of these groups. So Russia is also concerned about this kind of movement in the area, the closest area to its territory. As Russian Defense Minister Sergei Shoigu recently announced plans to expand the combat readiness of the Russian bases in Tajikistan and Kyrgyzstan and sell military equipment to Tajikistan by providing security assistance to its Central Asian partners at the time of need. Russia seeks towards use efforts to establish an over-the-Eurozone security presence in what it sees as its sphere of influence. Third, Russia's diplomatic activities in Afghanistan reinforce its great power status and build on its arbitration efforts in Syria, Libya, and South Caucasus. We all know that Russia is now, involved in Syria and Middle East, especially in Syria, as well as in Iraq, Yemen, and Libya. Also, this South Caucasus region, Russia is has very huge influence in these areas. So in 2017, Russia guarded the Moscow Pharma talks as a six-party mechanism to promote the cooperation between Russia, China, Afghanistan, Pakistan, Iran, and India, and facilitate a national reconciliation in Afghanistan. These talks were derided in the United States as they gave the Taliban legitimacy without concessions, and were boycotted by Afghan President Ashraf Ghani in February 2019. So, nevertheless, they have served a valuable forum for non-Western powers to discuss Afghan security and aid Russia's efforts to supersede a multipolar approach to protract conflicts resolution in Afghanistan. Russia's lead organizer role in the extent theory meetings built on these past axes. So, while the security and geopolitical benefits of Russia expanded rule in Afghanistan are evident, Moscow is likely to advance its interests through the diplomatic rather than military means. So, the Kremlin revisionist narratives on the Soviet war in Afghanistan, which peaked on the 40th anniversary of the outbreak in 2019. The Russian public continues to view the conflict as a reference point for military failure. So, as Russia grapples with the worsening COVID-19 pandemic at home and mounting, socio-economic challenges, it has little appetite for a military intervention in Afghanistan. It means, for now, it is very difficult for Russia to see its military presence in Afghanistan, because Russia is not in that stage to come once again, in a military manner to Afghanistan, to intervene in Afghanistan, to send troops in Afghanistan. It's very difficult because Russia is not in that stage. So Russia's effort to downplay the Taliban's resurgence, such as Deputy UN Ambassador Dmitry Polisenki claims that the Taliban is unlikely to take power in Afghanistan, or Putin's special envoy Zamir Kabulov's assertion that just 2 administrative centers were captured this weekend could be aimed at the easing domestic concerns about the gravity of the Afghan threat. So, looking ahead, Russia will likely confine its military rule to rail in Central Asia and predict cross-border strikes, which could be modeled after the August 2019 attack on the Taliban, and avoid broader, coercive actions. So, Russia's diplomatic engagement with the
Saim, do you want to show your the presentation? Do you want to share it?
Okay, sorry.
You can also email it to me so that if we lose the electricity, I can show it.
Okay, sure. It will take a few minutes. Sure. Is it visible, sir?
Yes, it is. Can you also email it to me, so I'll have it downloaded on my mobile phone?
Okay, sir.
so that if we lose electricity, then I can show it.
Yes. Sir, I just sent it to you.
Okay, sure. Now I think you can share the presentation here, and I will have it ready on the other screen. Sorry about that.
Okay, sir. So as we discussed, Russia diplomatic engagement with external powers on Afghanistan and efforts to promote inter-Afghan dialogue could be more successful as Russia did in the past few months and few years. Russia invited Taliban, Russia invited the warlords which they are in Afghanistan. Many times Russia was hosted Taliban. So although the prospect of the US-Russia dialogue on Afghanistan appears slim as the Taliban bounty controversy made headlines, President Joe Biden remains open to selective engagement with Moscow on Afghanistan. So, as possible area of long-term US-Russia cooperation is anti-narcotics, as both countries collaborate on the curbing drug trafficking during Barack Obama's presidency. So, one point that Russia can cooperate with the United States on Afghanistan is this drug trafficking. So, as I mentioned before, as I mentioned yesterday, and Dr. Aidar as well mentioned this thing that this drug trafficking is a big concern for Russia and Central Asian countries, and as well as for the European countries. So, one of the biggest, worrying point of Russia is this drug trafficking. So, we can say that Russia is worrying about Afghanistan because of this, drug trafficking, weapon trafficking, immigration. Nowadays, we are witness that by increasing violence in Afghanistan, most of people in the north part of Afghanistan fled to the Tajikistan, and they went to Tajikistan. And nowadays, hundreds of people are going to Central Asian country, and they are crossing the border and going to Central Asian country because of the security situation. And it is a big challenge for Russia, you know, because the Central Asian countries are not, as much able to accept the refugees, to somehow help those people that they are displaced in Afghanistan. So it can be also a matter of concern for Russia. As Russia and China are involved in the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, we all know that the contact group on the Afghanistan, both countries could be deepen in their security cooperation in the coming months. So Russia-Pakistan cooperation on Afghanistan complements growing monitoring and the economic sphere, which includes the July 5th Pak Stream gas pipeline agreement. Pavlov's reversal of accusation that Pakistan seeks to destabilize Afghanistan has won the plaudits in Islamabad. So, after the withdrawing of US troops from Afghanistan, as I said before, that this situation can make some opportunities for Russia as well. As we see that Russia can be so closer to China because of Afghanistan. Russia can cooperate with the Pakistan because of Afghanistan. So this can make some opportunities as well for Russia. Also, Russia's bilateral coordination with the Turkey, Iran, and India on Afghanistan could also strengthen these partnerships. Nowadays we have witnessed that Turkey, Russia, Iran, these all countries are somehow involved in the same issue, that is Afghanistan, that is Taliban. So Russia is trying to have the leadership of this partnership, as Iran is trying to have some involvement in the Afghanistan parts, the Afghanistan issues, Turkey as well. So India, we are seeing that India is as well trying to have some, you know, some involvement in Afghanistan issue. So as a regional power, or as a big power in the uh, international stage, Russia is trying to be the somehow lead this process. Why Russia want this leadership? Because it has some benefits for Russia. See, when the Russia invite Taliban, when the Russia invite the leader of Taliban in Moscow, and they hosted the leader of Taliban in Moscow, held conferences in Moscow and somewhere else in Russia. It shows that Russia has some influence, some domination on the Taliban and those groups that are active in Afghanistan. As the report says that Russia helped and cooperated with the Taliban since 2007. So, and the officials of Russia didn't reject this report. It shows that from the past years, Russia tried to be involved in this situation and somehow predicate this situation in the past, Russia. So, for this reason, Russia is trying to be, in touch with the Taliban, to be in touch with as well with the government of Afghanistan. But as the Taliban shows their powers every day, as the Taliban intensifies their violence, as the Taliban taking more areas in the Afghanistan. So Russia is focusing more on Taliban, not on the government part, because the countries, the region countries, are focusing on those parts, on those sides that is more powerful, that is more involved in the case. So Taliban now is more powerful. We can say that Taliban is powerful as we are witness, as we are every day, every moment that we saw the reports. We just we saw the improvement of Taliban, nothing else. So it shows that Taliban is now powerful, and Russia is trying to somehow be in touch in this powerful group in Afghanistan. Once they took the power, Russia can Russia can have some dialogue with them, some agreement with them, you know, and through these agreements and dialogues, or maybe some contracts, Russia can save its interest in Central Asia and in the northern part of Afghanistan. So Russia also maintain a diverse area of local partnership in Afghanistan, which it can leverage to the mitigate security threats and facilitate intra-Afghan dialogue. See, Russia, as I mentioned before, Russia is trying to somehow, manage this situation that is ongoing in Afghanistan. Uh, although this this situation is not good for Afghans as well, not good for the region, but these countries, as Russia is the power in the region, try to manage this situation. Not only because of Afghanistan, as I said, Russia tried to manage the situation because of its interest, you know, and it is interest, or in Central Asia, is it interest in to be, safe from these streets, from the through the Afghanistan parts, through the northern parts of Afghanistan that nowadays is very matter of concern for Russia, and especially Daesh is active there, Al Qaeda is active there, and Taliban, captured two, three northern province of Afghanistan. So for this reason, Russia tried to have some connection with these groups, with the Taliban, and Russia knows that after withdrawal of U.S. troops, the situation will be changed in Afghanistan. Uh, Obviously, the Taliban will come in the power, and they will take the power. So Russia thinks that why now we should not, don't have some connection with the Taliban. So when they came in the power, we can easily uh, agree with them. We can easily reach to agreements with them. So now they are trying to have some connection for this reason. While the Taliban has this integrated terrorist organization in Russia, Moscow has cultivated ties with what it regards as a trustworthy Taliban. Over the past decades, as I mentioned, that Russia had a relationship with the Taliban since 2007. Even the report says that Russia helped support Taliban by weapons. So Russia also maintains cordial relations with the Afghan political figures. Russia invited Atta Mohammad Noor to Moscow. Russia invited the former president of Afghanistan, Amir Karzai. Russia invited General Dostum. As we mentioned many times, they are these names. These are all those influential Lord words that has some, power in Afghanistan. That has some, they have their own groups. They have their own powers. They can, manage their own territory. So Russia invite these figures as well, such as I said, former President Ahmed Karzai, Vice President Karim Khalili, Azara, ethnic leader. So, and Gulbuddin Hekmatyar, that Mr. Abdul Khalik Firdaus mentioned his name in his speech. He is an influential Pashtun leader, and he has his own groups. He has his own armed groups, in Afghanistan. And for many years, he fought against the Soviet Union. He fought again as well with the United States troops as well with the NATO troops. So see, now the game is changing. With the whom that Russia fought in the past. Now Russia invite that person to Moscow to talk with them. Why? Because it means something is changing in Afghanistan. Something is going to be, different in Afghanistan from now. This partnership would allow Russia to emerge as a dialogue facilitator and ensure that the Taliban does not harbor transitional terrorists that threaten its security, as I mentioned. So Russia tries to, have both sides. As the situation of Afghanistan is very complicated, very, very complicated. We cannot, predicate that tomorrow what will happen. So Russia tries to have both sides, tries to have Taliban as well as tries to have these warlords, these people that are now somehow, on the side of government, the side of, Ashraf Ghani, as we say. Like this, see, General Dostum is now in the side of government. Ata Muhammad Nur is on the side of government. Even President Ahmed Karzai is in the side of government. So, see, Russia sees to have both sides. So while NATO countries are increasingly concerned about China's post-war ambitions in Afghanistan, they should also monitor Russia. So more Russia's conduct and earmark selective areas of cooperation with Moscow. So there is not only China that is a big concern, that is a big challenge for NATO countries and for United States. But Russia is there. Russia is, has a historic enmity with United States and NATO countries. Nowadays, the relationship between the NATO countries and Russia has some problem. There's some disputes between Russia and the NATO countries. We are witness that every day we read the news about the disputes of European countries with Russia, as well as disputes of United States with Russia. Recently, Russia had a problem with the United States regarding its embassies and regarding its ambassadors. So uh, they both sides pulled out their ambassadors. They declared that the embassies of both countries in Russia and in the United States should be closed in the recent, and now it's open. So this means that there is not only China nowadays that should be considered as a big challenge for European country and the United States. There's also Russia. Russia is very powerful in the Central Asia region as well as in Caucasus and in Northern Caucasus. So it means that those countries that are now changing the game on Afghanistan. See, as we discussed before, that the United States is going to change the game by shifting from one area to another area, maybe Central Asia, maybe Pakistan. So just United States is shifting. So it means they are going to change the game, and this changing, they shouldn't consider only China. There is Russia as well. So the next country that we are going to talk about for, for the post withdrawal of US troops from Afghanistan is China. These two countries that I mentioned, Russia before, and China is the big stakeholder in regional issues. So nowadays, China is very, uh, going very fast, in the regional issues as well as in the international issues. So it tries to compete with the United States. It tries to, make some struggles for the United States. So the only competitor that the other countries sees against the United States nowadays, that is China. So China is also concerned about the situation that is changing in Afghanistan. So in this regard, uh, what is China's perspective about the post-US Afghanistan? So China's reaction, was quick and its tone was sharp with the withdrawal of US troops. The China's foreign minister issued a statement a day after that there was a incident in Afghanistan a few months ago, and in that incident, many innocent students were killed. So after that incident, China very sharply react against the United States and said that this all the worst situation that is now going on in Afghanistan is because of United States. That the United States is going to irresponsibility pull out from Afghanistan and go out from Afghanistan. And this war situation, this insecurities that nowadays is increasing, all is because of United States. So very sharply and very quickly react to that incident, and it shows that China has some concern about the situation in Afghanistan. So just as Beijing has long been critical of the U.S. president in Afghanistan, it has also criticized the U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan from, because of the prospective further instability, as I mentioned, in Afghanistan. After the U.S. withdrawal, the Chinese foreign policy community is deeply skeptical, of U.S. goals in the region, and with the U.S. withdrawing from Afghanistan in coming months. Now we don't know the exact number of U.S. troops that are stationed in Afghanistan, but we all know this that the U.S. will withdraw completely in 9/11, 2021. So it's a deeply concerned about the possibility of chaos and instability spreading to its western border. China is very concerned about it. We have a short border with China uh, through the Badakhshan province. So, and this part that I mentioned before, Badakhshan province is now in the hand of Taliban. It means easily, very easily, these instabilities, these insecurities can go through the border and cross the borders, go to the China, because when you cross the border from Afghanistan to China, and obviously there is a Uyghur people that Dr. Aider mentioned about that people. There's Muslim people, they have some connection nowadays with Taliban, and in the past they had connection as well. So China is very concerned about these things. China's contradictory view of withdrawal of U.S. troops. It means China has a contradictory view of U.S. presence in Afghanistan for the past 20 years. How? On the one hand, China has blamed the war and the U.S. presence and the manipulation or distortion of Afghan policy by the United States for instability in the country. On the one hand, China blamed the United States that you did this, you did that, you are the reason for this instability and for this insecurity in Afghanistan. As according to Beijing, the war in Afghanistan deviated from its main goal to countering terrorism years ago. The main goal of the war that the United States started many years ago, 20 years ago, it was countering terrorism. China says that it is deviated from that main goal. So, and has become a planned control to hurt of Eurasian and China's privacy. China says that uh, that goal that the United States had 20 years back now it's changed. Only thing that the United States want in Afghanistan is to control this region countries, especially China. So by managing the Afghanistan situation, uh, US easily can manage and can control and can has under eye those Central Asian countries through that Russia, Iran, and in this side easily can control China. So China is worrying about this. So uh, overall, therefore, the U.S. military presence in Afghanistan has been portrayed as a highly negative and a score of concerns and regional instability. This is the Chinese thought. Ironically, China has now taken a relatively critical stance on the withdrawal of U.S. troops from Afghanistan. On the one hand, China says that US is the cause of this situation. On the other hand, China is concerned about this withdrawal of US troops. What? According to a statement from the Chinese foreign minister regarding the bombing of the school, as I mentioned, China attributes the deteriorating security situation in Afghanistan to the sudden decision by the United States to withdraw its troops from Afghanistan and blames Washington for its irresponsible behavior. You know, China is taking almost every opportunity to blame the United States. As we know, China is the rivalry of the United States, and it will, take every opportunity to find some gaps in the United States policy and to blame. So, as well as China blamed United States for its withdrawing and for its irresponsible withdrawing, and it says that uh, by withdrawing of U.S. troops, the situation, especially the security situation in Afghanistan, is get worse. And this is the because of U.S. mistake and because of U.S. Behavior. And China even declared that this situation can lead to civil war. So this contradictory view of China towards the U.S. military presence in Afghanistan reflects Beijing's multi-faceted calculations. China wants the United States to engage in its longest war in history, and it continues to bleed as the war erodes U.S. national wealth and moral superiority in the region and around the world. So, in fact, China has always uh, China has always regarded the U.S. wars in Afghanistan and Iraq as a divine blessing for the regime. So, giving all these, China, giving all these, China has two big concerns after the U.S. withdrawal. That is lead the involvement of China in Afghanistan. That is lead to be in touch with the Taliban. That is lead to be China be in touch with those groups that are now getting the power. So one is this that this terrorist activities will somehow shift to those parts of China that is now in a in a big problem, as we mentioned, the Uyghur people, Muslim people in Xinjiang, and also China is worrying about the vacuum that is going to be in Afghanistan by withdrawing of US troops. So again, it's is China's big concern. When the Taliban took the power, and when the United States withdraw, let me say like that, when the United States withdraw, there are many armed groups in Afghanistan that will fight against Taliban. That will not Taliban to take all over the country, to have the control of all over the country. So they will fight against the Taliban, and this clash and this fighting and this struggles make a vacuum. Again, the Afghanistan will become the safe havens for terrorist groups, especially for Daesh, ISIS, that is now uh, very active in the northern part of Afghanistan. So Russia is concerned about this.
Mr. Saim, I request you if you could just in the next 5 to 10 minutes
Okay.
try and wind up, because as you're aware, we have one more session on recommendations.
Sure, sir, sure. I will end this Russia.
Sure. Just take 5 or 10 minutes more.
Okay. So the next country that we are going to talk about it is Pakistan. So Pakistan, although the rule of Pakistan is considered, all in the previous sessions, So here we briefly review the Pakistan future position in Afghanistan. Pakistan, which has been at the long hates with its two neighbors. Uh, with its two neighbors, India and Afghanistan, since independence, is playing a dangerous game in Afghanistan, through the Taliban. So, as we, as Pakistan repeatedly claimed Pakistan as a leader and supporter of extremist groups in such as Taliban, Jaish-e-Mohammed, Lashkar-e-Taiba, these two groups that are active in Kashmir, and Haqqani network. So this time the country is trying to, unite all these groups and keep them under one umbrella, which is the success of Taliban. When the Taliban took the power, these all groups that I mentioned will get together or will come under one umbrella, so they can easily be a big challenge for the region countries. So Pakistan will use this situation against India, against the country that is its enemy. India is Pakistan thinks that India is its enemy, but just these all things that is going on in Afghanistan can be a treat for the India through the Pakistan. So Pakistan is also trying to use this situation. And uh, another country that is more involved in the Afghanistan issue is Iran. Although Iran has also had a ties with the Taliban since the 2 decades. And recently it was even said that the country had provided military assistance to the Taliban. But the ideology in this court has been always a concern of Iran in relation with the Taliban. Iran is Shia in the case of religious, it's Shia, but Taliban is totally Sunni. So it is a big, difference between Taliban and Iran that cannot get to closer with each other. Uh, Iran, which has been at the longer heads with the United States for years, will be happy. Let me mention this. Iran will be happy if U.S. troops leaves Afghanistan, if U.S. troops leave its neighbors. Thus, Iran will try to somehow get involved in the Afghanistan political future by building ties with the Taliban. That now it is doing that. As for the concerns of Iranians in Afghanistan, it should be said that this country is vulnerable to terrorism with the withdrawal of American forces. And if the right space is provided for the maneuvers of the Islamic State, I mean Daesh, it will be the biggest threat to this country. Meanwhile, Saudi Arabia, due to its influence over the Islamic groups, especially the Taliban, could pose serious challenge to the Iran as well, and may somehow transfer the Persian Gulf and Middle East rivalries to the Afghanistan. Thank you so much. I hope that I can deliver that all things that I thought. Thank you for your attention.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Ms. Sahem. I think I do apologize, of course, that we have one more session which is on the recommendations, and then we finish off with the valedictory address. But I think you have covered an extremely important dimension of our workshop for the last 2 days, which is on some of the important actors like Russia, China, Pakistan, and Iran, and what is in stake for them. And I think for participants who are majorly from India as well as from Taiwan, I think this is a very, very interesting perspective to know how does Afghanistan, for example, view the stakes of its other neighbors in Afghanistan. So having said this, I think I'll open up the floor. We have about 15 to 20 minutes before I want to wind up, and then, maybe take a 5-minute break and then move on to the next session. So I really hope that we'll have a very active discussion over the next 15-20 minutes. I can see Soumya, of course, has raised her hand, and I want her to give her the first opportunity. So, Soumya, please.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for that very interesting presentation. So my question was with regards to Turkey. Uh, we've seen that of late Turkey is trying to revive an Ottoman sort of a nationalism or a Turkish nationalism as opposed to the Arabic nationalism of Saudi Arabia. Uh, do you think that has any kind of an implication on how Afghanistan perceives the entire situation, or do you think there will be a convergence between Turkey and Afghanistan, or will there be more alliance between Saudi Arabia and Afghanistan in times to come?
Thank you, Samia. Yes, Turkey is. I had a slide on Turkey, but due to short time, I skipped that. Turkey has some interest in Afghanistan, as you mentioned that this nationalism of Turkey is a big uh, policy in the not only in Afghanistan but in also in Central Asian countries. There's a pan-Turkism since 2004, I think, that Russia has followed this policy to the Central Asian countries, to the Afghanistan, and as well as because of this, nationalism, pan-Turkism, Russia, Turkey helped the Uzbek and the Turk people in Afghanistan. As Dr. Aydar mentioned, as Abdul Khalik Firdaus mentioned, the name of General Dostum. It's a Turk, and Russia, Turkey is helping that guy. And that General Dostum has a very good relationship with the Turkey. So Turkey is also, yes, I agree with you that this Turkey is trying to have some, some parts in the Afghanistan by, pursuing the policy of nationalism, policy of pan-Turkism. So it's possible, yes.
Of course, I think that's a very, very important question, and the fact that Turkey is one of the few players who has taken up some form of a security responsibility in Afghanistan by trying to protect the Kabul airport, I think adds an interesting dimension to the entire involvement and their efforts and their interest in the region. He said, yeah, yes, please, Soumya. Please go ahead.
So just another question that I had. We generally tend to talk a lot about US and Afghanistan, but we tend to not speak a lot on the NATO countries as well, because they've also had some ground presence in Afghanistan. So my question is that in the past we've seen whenever these wars come to sort of an end, the ground workers, foot soldiers find new wars to fight. And it happened in Iraq, and it's happening in a lot of other places in the Western Asian countries. Uh, are the NATO countries not concerned enough, or do they rather want to be under the umbrella of America when it comes to Afghanistan? Or do you think that they have some important key role that they can play individually as well?
And thank you, Samia. The NATO countries that why we are going to talk always about US, because US has the leadership of this war in Afghanistan. US has the leadership of NATO in the Afghanistan. That is why we are talking about yes. I agree with you that most of the NATO countries, such as United Kingdom, such as this Turkey that we mentioned before, how trying to play individually in Afghanistan, as the United Kingdom has a big influence in immense parts of Afghanistan, Germany as well, and France. But in a general, we cannot, consider NATO's role without United States leadership, because since 2003, the United States has the leadership of, war in Afghanistan, has the leadership of assisting to Afghanistan. So each and everything is in the hand of United States. That is why we are, somehow that we are focusing more on the United States rules than other than the other countries of NATO.
Again, I thought it's a very interesting question that Soumya has asked, because I mean, the onus was on the United States to put together the so-called coalition against terrorism, a coalition on the war against terrorism. And so when it comes to Afghanistan, it is always the United States that had taken the proactive role. And many of these countries, whether it was Britain or Germany or Italy, all of them were playing supporting roles. Having said that, I'm sure Soumya, you would have, and probably participants here would have also read about some statements coming out of Britain, in terms of how the situation in Afghanistan has deteriorated, and they're expressing concerns over the way the US has decided to withdraw. Of course, some of these statements came from former members of the British government. And there was also some, public open sources, open reports of Britain actually trying to bring together a group of countries to have some kind of a security architecture in Afghanistan. This news came, I think, just in the last few days. And I'm not so sure whether this was something that was seriously considered or whether there is any future to such a proposal. But, I think there is a fair degree of uneasiness among countries of NATO and other countries over the way the US has withdrawn. The speed at which it is withdrawn and the manner at which it is withdrawn. I think it would be a fair assessment to make. But I thought it was an interesting question. Is there anybody else who would like to add anything here? Because I think this is very, very important. Could I request anyone else who would like to add anything on any of the other actors in and around Afghanistan? Any other questions, comments, feedback? Because if there is none, then we could move on. Yes, Soumya, please go ahead.
I'm so sorry. I have multiple questions on
No, please. Session. We are very happy. We're very happy to, I think, take questions.
Right. So yesterday in the presentation, one of the speakers spoke about how US is looking for bases in the countries surrounding Afghanistan. And just about a few minutes back, the news came that the vice president of Afghanistan has now flown to Tajikistan for, I'm guessing, for his own safety. Do you think Central Asian countries here will try and gain some prominence now that the situation in Afghanistan is sort of falling down?
So I'm really sorry that I couldn't catch your completely your question. Maybe if it's possible, repeat it, please.
Yeah, sure. I'll just quickly repeat it. Yesterday, a few of the speakers spoke about how America is looking for bases in the countries surrounding Afghanistan. Now that they are withdrawing from Afghanistan, they'll be in the other Central Asian countries, or they're looking for bases there. Just a few minutes back, a news came that the vice president of Afghanistan has supposedly gone to Tajikistan for his own safety. Do you think in the times to come, now that it looks like Kabul is also going to fall, the Central Asian countries will somehow start gaining a lot more prominence, or they'll have some kind of security implications or strategic roles to play in the region?
Thank you. So these Central Asian countries, as I mentioned before, that they are, they have symbolic independence, but they are completely dependent on Russia. So without the Russia domination, without the Russia permission, these Central Asian countries cannot do a single thing. Based on this, Central Asian countries cannot play a huge role, a huge security role for Afghanistan. Just they can, maybe they can prevent themselves from the streets that comes from Afghanistan, and this instability and insecurity that is ongoing in Afghanistan. Obviously, that these all somehow affect the Central Asian countries, but by presence of Russia in these countries, they can somehow manage this situation in the northern parts of Afghanistan. So I don't think that these countries, these five countries, Central Asian countries, Tajikistan, Kyrgyzstan, Uzbekistan, and Kazakhstan, can play a good role in Afghanistan security, can play an effective role, I mean effective role in Afghanistan's security situation.
Again, there have been, I think yesterday Dr. Haider was referring to, and this was his perspective, that the Americans haven't really moved out of Afghanistan, and they have just shifted to the Pashtunistan area, which is bordering between Afghanistan and Pakistan. I mean, we've had multiple open reports talk about how the Americans have wanted to have some kind of a base in the Afghanistan-Pakistan border. And it appears like there might be some kind of an arrangement there with Pakistan, although Pakistan has denied that. Again, there have been reports of how, as you have pointed out, Samya, about how the Americans wanted bases in Central Asia. But I think, as Mr. Sahem has said, the Russians have moved in very quickly. And, they have been coordinating the protection of the border of some of these countries like Tajikistan and Uzbekistan, conducting military, bilateral as well as multilateral military exercises. So I am not very sure about whether and there has also been a report about how Biden and Putin actually spoke about, which seemed quite astounding, that Putin had offered for some basis for the Americans into Central Asia. So we've heard all kind of reports, but I don't think we have any confirmation at this moment. So in that sense, I think this it appears that this development looks very unlikely, at least to me. But I don't know whether Dr. Haider wants to add anything. Because I can see that Dr. Haider has joined. Mr. Ferdos, do you want to add anything?
Yes, sir. I have not taken the question properly. What was the question, sir?
Okay. Soumya, would you want to sort of just...
Hello?
Right. I was essentially talking about if Central Asia can play a more important role in the region now that it looks like America is also trying to move out of Afghanistan but into the neighboring regions. And recently, I just read somewhere that the vice president of Afghanistan has also gone to Tajikistan now to probably to seek his own safety. So in the times to come, can Central Asia play an important role in Afghanistan, or will it still be largely under the umbrella of Russia or America?
So the question is referred to me or to somebody else?
Well, actually, Mr. Sahib and I actually, both of us responded to it. And since you have joined us, Dr. Aider, if you have any comment to make, you're welcome to do that. Do you want to comment?
So basically, yesterday I also mentioned that, yes, sir. So yesterday I have mentioned that the Central Asian countries like Tajikistan, Turkmenistan, and Uzbekistan, so they are themselves in a positions of only defending from themselves. They are not in that position to solve or prevent any improvement from the Taliban side. Hello, I'm audible.
Yes, Doctor sir, we got your response. Thank you.
Hello.
Yes, Doctor sir, you are.
Yes, we can hear you, sir. Dr. Haider, we can hear you.
Yeah, I said they will. The Russia will support.
Any
Okay,
words?
that's
Go ahead. Carry on.
so. I mean the Central Asia region countries now they are in the position of to defend from themselves. So further, yeah, any further assistance from the Central Asian countries to develop the process of peace and security in the region may not be as much as stronger or positive as Russia itself, China, Turkey, and Iran they have made in their own level. So Central Asian countries are the countries that already United States asked for their military base in that zone because they are very critical areas for the and very vulnerable to the Taliban attack in the future. So, in my idea, Central Asian countries may not be much stronger or in other position to help the peace process or at least to prevent the future attack of Taliban on their own areas. Therefore, that is, they are very much cautious and much worry about themselves. What would be the next move if the Taliban completely capturing the whole Afghanistan?
Ms. Somia, do you want to say something regarding to Dr. Haider's words?
No, ma'am, I think I largely agree with what Sir has said. I was also trying to just explore the various facets of the regional development, but I largely agree with what he's saying.
Okay. Dr. Venkat?
Yeah, no, I must thank you, Jessica, because I must sincerely apologize because I'm actually also, I've also entered another meeting online, which is something that I couldn't avoid. But luckily, I have 5 minutes more. So what we can do is, if there are no more questions right now on this particular topic, we could go into the recommendations where our three scholars from Afghanistan will now tell us. Yes, Saurabh sir, I think you have a point.
Just a clarification I wanted to know. You were talking about Balochistan, that American forces have not moved on, but they are shifting to Balochistan. How? And this is an unconfirmed news, or what is it? Because I have not followed it. The movement of American forces from out of Afghanistan into Balochistan.
Uh, can you please? Okay, this is Dr. Haider who's mentioned this.
Yeah, you just said that they are moving out from Afghanistan, but there are unconfirmed sources that they will prefer to have a base somewhere in the with Pakistan or somewhere around. What I could not follow it properly.
Oh, you're
So
talking to
yes,
yeah,
yes.
Dr.
Yesterday also I have mentioned. Yes, yesterday I have mentioned that
Correct.
the USA forces have just shifted from. Hello,
Yeah.
hello.
Yes, yes, we can
Yes,
hear
sir,
you.
we
Yeah,
can hear
yesterday
you.
I mentioned that USA has just shifted from Afghan area or Afghanistan to the Pashtunistan area. So Pashtunistan has also yes. So Pashtunistan area already was occupied by the United States forces. Pakistan was giving base for America there, and that is not confirmed maybe by the media, international media, but the witness from the area, especially people who are close to the border, like our citizen from host area and Pakistan area, they have confirmed that even they have invited to work as a labor for the construction of the base and the Pashtunistan area. So all the forces has shifted from Afghanistan to that Pashtunistan area, and that is based on the some empirical witness from the area. So maybe some important issues or critical issues sometimes it's not revealing by the international media, because all the international media is controlling by these USA people.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for this confirmation. Thank you.
Yeah, is there any other questions or queries?
So I think Professor Tony Gao Guo from Taiwan.
Excellent, please. Yeah, yeah. Please.
Hello, sir. Thank you very much for sharing this information. I hope I don't interrupting you, but I'm very interested in the issue you mentioned about the Afghanistan situation after the U.S. withdrawal. I want to hear from any professors, or if you can share with me if you have ever read any reports regarding the Afghanistan's people, or from your point of view, which country, which major powers will be more welcome or do better for the future of Afghanistan? Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Actually, in my point of view, after the US withdrawal, first of all, US is not going to leave Afghanistan at all to anyone else. It is not going to leave Afghanistan to Russia or to China. But in case, suppose United States did the same, that we left Afghanistan and ignored totally Afghanistan. I think, in my point of view, the China will be the next one that have more influence in Afghanistan, will have more involvement in Afghanistan. After the United States, I think China will be the next one. Thank you.
I see. Thank
I
you.
think the question was not like this, Mr. Sahim. He was saying that if USA withdraw forces from Afghanistan, what country would be favorable for Afghanistan? So the question was, I think, this. So in my point of view, if suppose if the United States forces completely leave Afghanistan, the United Nations can be favorable organizations to help Afghanistan in different aspects. Not any country else, not China, not India, not at any regional power, but only the United Nations can be a good, sources of collaboration with the economy of Afghanistan.
Thank you very much, Professor.
It looks, and again, this is just my point of view, Professor, also, is that one thing appears very clear that I think we are going to have the Taliban, in some, definitely occupy the position of power and influence in Afghanistan in the near future. It appears that there will be sporadic American presence in and around Afghanistan, which will try to keep the Taliban government a little more honest when it comes to especially cooperating with other terror groups like ISIS or Al Qaeda. And as long as the Taliban keeps itself away from collaborating with such groups, I think the United States may not have any problem in allowing the Taliban to do what it wants to do in Afghanistan. I mean, this is just a point of view. Of course, one can deliberate it further. I can see that Jitin sir, yes, please.
Same, sir. Heather, sir. See, China
Yes.
has a very favorable condition to come towards Afghanistan and have favors from them. And they may be coming closer because there is reason behind that. Because the
Yes.
South China Sea and the routes to Middle East and the Western countries is interrupted by the various countries due to the ongoing situation with Indian tussles and with Taiwan. So China is looking after a safe way to enter Middle East and European countries. That's why
Yes.
it is more favorable for China to take over in Afghanistan the situations. And secondly, the routes to the sea routes, which is trying to gain through Pakistan and Balochistan, is under threat now. And the roads and the transportation being constructed in that area by China is also under great restraint now. So he's looking after other options for to enter through instead of sea routes, he's trying to go through the land, and that is the most favorable condition for China to I think to compromise with Taliban now, and it is a good condition for him, and I think so. China is the most the country which will come in front of us in next few years.
Jitin sir, just to
So,
add to your
yeah.
point, I just wanted to add before Dr. Haider responds. I do agree that China is expected to play a little more prominent role in Afghanistan. But I also expect it to be more of an economic role in Afghanistan in coordination with Pakistan.
Yes.
So definitely some of its investments and everything, it will become more active. But I'm not too sure whether it wants to look at some kind of a military role. It will look to extend the BRI there. Of course, it will continue to play a covert role there. That is the assumption. But because as if what Dr. Haider says is true, that American presence still continues in and around the Pakistan-Afghanistan border, then I am not too sure about how much of a military role China is going to play in Afghanistan. But my feeling is they will strengthen communication with the Taliban. And because the Taliban would want to stay in power and influence, they may not encourage elements like the ETIM to use the Badakhshan area, which is perfectly fine for China. And China will play more of an economic role in terms of the BRI, in terms of their own investments, for example, in the Ainak copper mine and other areas. But they may not play a very, very significant security role, because if the Taliban is supportive and the Pakistan is supportive, then there will really be not many security threats for Chinese investments. So they may not need military presence there. I mean, this is just a point of view.
Yeah, it's true. It's true.
Either sir, would you like to respond to Jiten sir?
Yes, sir. I think, sir, you sufficiently respond to the question. So the perception of this favorability was something else. From my point of view, when the China, India, Pakistan, even Pakistan or any regional countries, they are playing economic rules in Afghanistan, that will be acceptable. That is favorable. But if they are trying to have any military operation or any military intervention, that would be not favorable for Afghans. So that is why I said, in terms of only military favorability, only United Nations is good sources of um, good source to cooperate with Afghanistan in terms of security issue.
But at the same time, I think India's economic role definitely is going to be challenged. I think there may be targeting of a lot of Indian investments and Indian projects and Indian workers. And there are multiple reports coming out that Pakistan is specifically looking to target some of the Indian interests there. And certain attacks have also been repulsed. I think there was an attempt on the Salma Dam for a few days back, which was actually repulsed. So I see this as very worrying times from an Indian perspective. I see this as a very worrying time for supporters of democracy in Afghanistan. But for China and Taliban and Pakistan, I think it's advantage.
And furthermore, today Iraq completely captured by the Taliban, and Mayor Ismail Khan also arrested by the Taliban.
Yeah.
So then Salma Dam is persist in that area. So ultimately that will be damaged by the Taliban.
Is there any other comments or questions right now? If there is none, then we can move on to the session on recommendations, which of course all our three scholars will participate, but we will be focused on focused on what can India do, what can the international community do. I think it was Professor Tony who raised this very, very important point yesterday about what can international community, what can countries like, for example, Taiwan do to engage with democratic elements in Afghanistan. So if there are no more questions, no more comments related to the regional actors, then we can go forward to the recommendations. Does anybody want to add any more? Otherwise, I think we'll close the session and thank Mr. Sahem. Okay. I think it appears that we are done, and I again formally would like to thank Mr. Sahem, and I apologize.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
I apologize to you that we had to cut short your presentation, which has never happened in the last 2 days. The reason for that was because, at 5, post 5, we have another guest of the university who will be delivering our valedictory address. And that I am hoping is on some of the internal security challenges that India is expected to face amidst the recent developments in Afghanistan. I think the focus of that address will be on that, but that is just after 5 o'clock. We have a little more, I think about a little more than an hour and a half, which I think is very important, because a lot of times there is a lot of discussions across conferences and seminars and workshops. But sometimes I think it is very important to just spend some time on what needs to be done. I think it is very important for all of us to try and identify that. So in that context, if everybody is comfortable, then we would like to move to our last session of discussion before the valedictory and the distribution of the certificates. I would hand over now to our three speakers, and I leave it completely to them, whether Dr. Haider wants to go or whether it is Mr. Ferdos or Mr. Sahem. My request to all participants is that let us please focus on what needs to be done. I think we've had enough discussion and deliberation on the developments, on the challenges, on what has gone wrong, but we must now focus on what needs to be done. So my request is, kindly let's focus our discussion on that. And everybody is welcome to participate, but we begin with our three Afghan friends. Dr. Haider, would you like to begin?
Yes,
I
sir, I
also,
start just.
I do apologize. I also request my colleague Jessica
Yes, sir.
to kindly just coordinate this session, because I may
Yes,
step
sir.
out for a little bit of time. So in case I'm caught out and I'm not able to join back immediately, my request to you is please coordinate the discussion.
Sure,
Over
sir.
to Dr. Haider. Over to Dr. Haider.
I think Firdaus, sir, will go first.
Okay.
Yes, Firdaus, sir, please.
Yes. In when we go for lunch and I check my Facebook account, I saw three news. I will share. It is very important. One is that Taliban capture last night Herat province, and Iran foreign ministry ministers. Some diplomats talked with BBC and they told that our general consulate is open in Iran and our diplomats are safe. It means they finished their old enemies. As you know, in 1995, when Taliban captured Mazar-e-Sharif, they killed their diplomats in Mazar. After that, Iran didn't recognize the Taliban Emirat in Afghanistan. And also, today they said that our diplomats are under control of Islamic Amarat in Afghanistan. And before that, they say to the they say to them Taliban. And today they say Islamic Amarat. It means that they already have relation, and today they use Islamic Amarat, and tomorrow if they capture Kabul, they will recognize the Islamic Amarat also. And also one another thing that before Haidar sir mentioned that Ismail Khan, which was very famous commander in warlord in Herat province of Afghanistan, was arrested by Taliban. It means that nowadays Taliban is very strong, and those peoples like North people which is opposite of Taliban, and also Ismail Khan, like those another leaders which they are opposite of Taliban, uh, they don't have the power to fight with Taliban, because a few days back the Ismail Khan was show a lot of warlords and a lot of weapons that nowadays I can fight with Taliban. But today they arrested life. It means nowadays Taliban is very strong, in those warlords which was fighting with Taliban uh, in 19 decades, now they cannot. because I told this one, and as I mentioned in my session, they capture the Dostam's palace, which is located in Jozjan province also. That is two very important point that India should pay attention. And I have one other some suggestions that with India and also our government in international, in regional organizations like SARC, Shanghai Cooperation Organization, in United States or United Nations, as the Secretary Council request for Afghanistan a few days back, India's in another countries uh, pressured with those regional and international organizations ensure the true face of Pakistan to the attention of the world and for international community to act accordance with the Article 93, 40, and 41 of United Nations Charter. And also for India, India should also hold a serious talk with the United States and express its own concern very seriously because India invests in Afghanistan's last 20 years, 20 years more. And also, if India provide military and intelligence assistance to the current government, so it will be that this government will stay in power not for one day, for 2 days, or not for 1 month, for 2 months, or not for 1 year, for 2 years, or for a few years. The result will be temporary. So India must support an inclusive government that includes all parties because we believe in every theory that I mentioned uh, in morning session. However, we concluded that the member of Taliban are Afghan and they have support in Afghanistan, in their supporters in Afghanistan, and by military force they do not disappear from the sense. Nowadays, military force will not work. And also, uh, despite all this suggestion, India should also pay attention to the fact that this government is not sustainable as it has many problems. Now you see how many provinces have fallen. If the war continues, it's very likely that other province will also fall. The state still, the government still needs for the survivals election they need in the past when we were really have a relative security election was not held properly. How it is possible in the country where there is a lot of war in election to take place in power to be transferred to another person? You know that the people in the current government are very fond of the power. For power at the time, one hand, and the one hand, the opposition will be strong. In other hand, the internal problem of the government official will be increased. In that chance of the Taliban victory will be ensured. I think the regional consensus and international consensus is that the Taliban should come back to the same. So India should not ignore the Taliban and keep in touch with them about their future. And also, I have one specific another recommendation for India. Although the academics circles or academics Afghan who have good attitude toward India, those Afghan who are less literate should be given a positive image of India. This action can be taken from the address of social media like Facebook. Nowadays, Facebook has the most users in Afghanistan. So India will create Facebook page whose users should understand Pashto in Dari in on Facebook, and they will share the common culture, communities, common culture which is shared by Afghanistan and India also post in Facebook, and also post those things which is added by India, and discuss about this, that India make dam, India made street, India provide scholarship for Afghanistan, and number of another issue to catch the attention of another Afghans also, which they are living in rural area. Nowadays, those people which they are living in rural area, a little of them have Facebook pages. For the positive image of India, I think it will be very useful. Yes, Jessica, that was my own recommendation.
Okay, thank you for that, sir. And the next one, Sahim sir, would you like to share your point of view? Is Sahim sir here?
Sam sir, it's on mute.
Wait for him for a few seconds. I think he's going to get ready.
I'm sorry that we have a problem, connection problem, and we should share our place. So I have a few brief recommendation for the India. So according to the all sessions that we have talked about, according to the all lectures that is, took place by the Mr. Firdaus and as well by Dr. Andra. So my first recommendation for India is that first of all, it is clear that Afghanistan problem cannot be solved, by one country. It means that India alone cannot solve all the problem of Afghanistan. Hence, we recommend that India play a giant role with the Western countries, especially with the NATO's countries, especially with the United States. So that could be, makes sense. That could be helpful more than this that India goes alone. So this is my first recommendation. Second, India must increase its support for Afghan allies, and remains of the security forces by sending weapons and cooperating with the other regional actors. I mean, when I mentioned in my lecture as well that we need the support of India. The support of India regarding the weapons, the training, the funding of our security forces. But I recommend that India only should support Afghanistan in these aspects, not sending troops to Afghanistan. As I mentioned in my lecture, that sending troops to Afghanistan make a big challenge for Afghanistan as well as for India. Because the Pakistan cannot tolerate the military presence of India in Afghanistan. So, regarding this, we are just recommend to India that support Afghan national security forces by, weapons, funding, advising, training, and like this. Third, the least that India can do at this time, at this very important and very critical time that we have in Afghanistan, this insecurity situation is increased. To convince the United States and the international community to support the Afghan government, because when we have a government, at least we can have a relationship between each other. So suppose there is no government, with whom will India, make relations? So now we recommend to India to at least convince the United States and international community to support hugely the Afghan government, especially our security forces. So as I said, that India should naturally help Afghanistan with the European countries, Western countries. For mutual advancing and stabilizing Afghanistan after the Western military withdrawal, both India and European countries should move from their current exploratory course of bilateral cooperation on Afghanistan development and security issues to an implementation phase. European country engagement with India on strengthening security cooperation, including counter-terrorism, could even be benefit regional stability. Indian support for the Afghan security and defense forces always hotly regarded with the suspicions of by Pakistan. Maybe less vulnerable to criticism or adverse reactions of inherent and multilateral architectures. These are all my recommendations briefly and very shortly to India that I made during my lecture, during listening the others' lectures, and I hope at the end, and I hope that I hear from the Taiwanese side and as well as from Indians that are two participants that what they see is now Afghanistan, how they think about Afghanistan after this all lectures. I would like to hear about their views. I would like to hear their point of views on Afghanistan. So if it's possible, please share your views with us. We can use and we can utilize. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sahim sir. And to be honest, I myself also very curious about how Taiwanese now after this section, how do we think about Afghanistan, the country, and but we will keep the Taiwanese point of view at the last, and we let Dr. Heather go first. Dr. Heather, are you with us?
Yes.
Yes, please.
I am audible?
Yes, very clear.
Okay. Okay, once again, good afternoon to everybody. Basically, we are not in that stage to give recommendation for the Indian government because I know India has a very scientific and highly professional analysts in every zone of the life. I'm not recommending them, but just I have some suggestions type of recommendation from an Afghan point of view. So, and I'm sharing it as such. It would be much well suited for the India to not view Afghanistan through a Pakistani premise or to a Pakistani view and adopt Afghanistan-centric policy, not Pakistani-centric policy. So considering the military and political developments in Afghanistan, India is required to pursue what is properly termed as a no strings attached strategy in Afghanistan, which includes institution and capacity building. Moreover, reconstruction, support, software planning, and approaching to all major ethnic section in Afghanistan should be pursued by this strategy I mentioned. So India has distinguished itself from China, Japan, and European Union by playing a minor role as a country really keen on rehabilitation and development in Afghanistan over the past few years. India's small expenditure on development projects in Pashtun area have been welcomed by the people of worshipped area, even forced the Taliban to acknowledge India's constructive rule in Afghan and providing development services. Therefore, India could further play a key role in Afghanistan after the withdrawal of United States forces in September 2021. So the partnership agreement between the two countries will permit India to resonate its relation with the security sector as well. Non-political Afghans, regardless of their ethnicity and religion, want India to continue to play a key role in stabilizing Afghanistan, whereas Pakistan has lost its reliability among Afghans and people view it as a terrorist country that has nothing positive to offer for Afghanistan, and can only Pakistan harbor and send terrorists to Afghanistan, which further destabilizes the situation. The Afghan people have this understanding to differentiate between black and white. So, based on Afghans' perception, Pakistan is swiftly losing the grace and immunity in Afghanistan. And if the United States strategy against the insurgents does not change, so they may not be able to easily take over all Afghanistan with the support of Pakistan due to the international community's gaze on Afghanistan and the growing concerns about the international security situation. So, and it is recognized that Afghanistan encompasses all ethnic groups and war-torn state needs constant assistance from all possible resources. So, and among the countries in the region, India can select as a reliable partners for Afghanistan. Even the Taliban may not be distinguished, may not be discussed with the continued help of the India and the future of Afghanistan. So then the notion that India is open to the idea of working with Pakistan is in Afghanistan, even if it is not, if it is impossible, has raised India's profile among ordinary Afghan people. Therefore, if India maintain, so yeah, therefore, if India maintains its political interest to stay in Afghanistan, it can do so even if Afghanistan is in turmoil, so that India must be well prepared to provide the necessary resources to maintain its interaction with Afghanistan. It should improve its delivery mechanism and cut down implementation deficit. So India must perform greater respectivity to the requirements of ordinary Afghan people and create relationship at various levels and reach out to all aspects of Afghans. India can revitalize relationship with Northern Alliance members like Tajik, Uzbek, and Azara, like it had in the 1995, as it recently have mobilized against the insurgent supported by the ISIS. So, considering the geographical location of Pakistan between the two friend countries, India and Afghanistan, and its terrorist plans to disrupt security and stability in these countries, it is required that India-Afghanistan relation must go beyond it and build comprehensive economic and political relation toward the sinister goals of the common enemy, which is Pakistan, both for Afghanistan and India. So the free trade agreement, FATA, FTA, with Afghanistan can be considered as a positive initiative. So particularly the recent Afghanistan summit as a good start that could continue. So Afghanistan promptly need actions to increase revenue generation capacity. India can build agriculture and industry sector profound infrastructure such as railways, highways, um, processing plants, investment in mines, etc., that can ensure long-term economic growth and create job opportunity and build academic institutions which stabilize the process of democratization in Afghanistan. So Afghanistan cannot be wishful in their thinking, as they require further interventions of India in some aspects of their affair. But this may not be an easy task for India to come forward in this critical status quo. If the security situation deteriorates after the withdrawal of United States forces in 2001 and 2021, India may have to be selective in its programs and must continue to the creations of institutions. So therefore, India must also have a regular and confidential political talk with the Afghan authorities to assure that it adapts to the changing political scenario and appropriate policies. India must be very cautious that its role, uh, its role is not misinterpreted as intervention, and moreover, India can augment the number of Indian development projects in Afghanistan. So providing more scholarship in different disciplines and facilitate visa process for traders, students, and patients seeking medical treatments in India, Indian hospitals, encourage the private sector to invest in education, information, technology, health system, aviation, mining, media, and communication sectors. So, thank you so much for your attention. These are some suggestion type of recommendation for the Indian analysts and this and respect to Afghanistan present situation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Heather. I saw Fadal sir has raised your hand. Please go ahead.
Yes, and also I request from Taiwanese professors if it is possible to make academic relations of Afghanistan's in Taiwan's. It will be increase our cooperations in relation with Taiwan's, and we will know each other, and that will be help in our academics sections. Thanks.
Yes, Professor Guo.
Thank you, Jessica. Thank you, friends, for sharing so many good recommendations. I think after these 2 days seminars, after hearing from several points from different scholars, professors, I've learned so much about the situation in Afghanistan. It's much more complicated than I expected. But however, when we talk about international collaborations, we can always separate it into from the government or non-government. From the government point of view, I'm sure you all are aware Taiwan's international status is pretty unique. So for talking about the government's help, that seems to be maybe it's not so positive at this moment, not so likely at this short stage. But when we talk about non-governmental organizations, NGO, or those MPO collaboration, Taiwan has been quite strong and quite active in those so-called foreign aid through the NGO or MPOs. So we want to talk about something substantially, something practically. Other than the security issue, military issues, I'm sure Taiwan can do quite a lot. And I know the government of Taiwan is very eager and willing to build up the international collaborations. However, when we talk about this type of the country-to-country collaborations, we might thinking about some of the indirect way. What I mean indirect way is we work closely with the partners. For example, with friends in India, so we can work closely with Indian friends to build up a platform or any NGO, NPO by using your channel and your connections to Afghanistan to bring whatever Taiwan can do. So this is kind of what I mean indirectly is that we need friends because we don't have so many foreign offices in every countries. And I know we do have offices in India, but not in Afghanistan. So if we can use our Indian friends and also Taiwan's office in India to build up some contacts, or through the scholars or professors or academic relationship to help more people in Taiwan, especially for those business section, once they realize there's any business opportunities or any types of the the economic opportunities, then we can inspire those people. People in Taiwan, what we need is we need markets, we need friends, we need the international, the friends. So once our people they realize if there's any chance anywhere we can get a connection, we can get opportunities. I think we can inspire many people. Not only the businessmen, but also I'm sure you know Taiwan is very strong in the high tech and also agriculture and it's educational as well. So once we got friends to help us working together, I'm sure there will be quite a lot of contributions that Taiwan society can do. So what I mean is I'm happy to get to know so many of you, but in the longer term, we can work closely to build up something else that we can rely on you and working together. So everybody offer what we best, so we can help friends in every different countries. Okay, that's my point of view, and I enjoy hearing from your points very much, and that really give me some good ideas that what we can do better to working with friends in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Guo.
Thank you,
And,
Professor Tunu.
yes, I would like to hear what Dr. Heather think about Professor Guo suggested. Professor Guo said maybe we need some third-party platform to build up the bridge for Afghanistan and for Taiwan, and to go further from that platform. Dr. Heather, what do you think?
Yeah, simply in order to wrap up the whole 2 days meeting on Afghanistan issues, so we can strongly comment the prevailing situation in Afghanistan. If it is not solving sympathetically, it will be very dangerous. Would have very dangerous consequences for the region countries. And number two, it is very required for the regional countries, especially emerging economies like China, India, and Russia, and also Iran, to come closer across to the current situations of Afghanistan and find out a better solution to stop violence between the government of Afghanistan and also the opposition, which is drastically has created a sort of concern for the regional countries. And moreover, as much as they are seeking their own goals and their own strategic depths in this country for the future, so their life and their citizen life will be in danger as well. And moreover, the United States repeatedly, we are expressing this point that the United States never leave Afghanistan. Please be assured that take some proper and cautious steps in order to save your countries as well as Afghanistan from the second wave of United States invasion in the region. And moreover, so far as the cooperations of the India government and respect to the support of Afghanistan is concerned, So we delivered our own recommendation, our own requirements to the government of India if, for the future instability of Afghan people. So India can play a very crucial role as a power of the region, uh, and that honest cooperation will really help the Afghan community to get re-stabilized, given the interventions of the superpowers like United States or other European Union in this country. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Heather. Because Dr. Heather, no, three Afghan scholars, all actually the main content that they are talking is regarding to how Indian government to help Afghanistan. So our Indian friends who are still here, do you have anything to to say, address this? I'm not sure how. Yes, Soumya, ma'am, please. Soumya ma'am, I think you raise your hand first, so you go first. Lady first. And Dr. Haider, please mute yourself, please. Thank you. Soumya ma'am.
Soumya ma'am is having some kind of connectivity issue. She'll be back.
Okay. And Mr. Firdaus, you also raise your hand. Want to say something more?
No.
Okay. Unmute yourself, please, Firdaus.
Miss Jessica, a few minutes back, I raised my hand. Now I don't have some proper.
Oh, because I saw you raise your hand. Okay. Miss Soumya, are you coming back? Okay.
Yes. Am I audible now?
Yes, very clear.
Okay. Apologies for the connection error. I agree with quite a few things that most of the speakers have said here, that the first thing that India must do is dehyphenate Afghanistan from Pakistan. India has a tendency of looking at Afghanistan from a prism of how it affects its relationship with Pakistan. So, well, I definitely agree on that. With regards to creating an alliance of countries that can sort of help the Afghanistan government, I think that's also something that should be on priority. As most of the scholars spoke, that if Taliban does in fact become powerful in Afghanistan, it will have some serious repercussions on the Indian security, because it's an important neighborhood for India, and it's been turbulent for a very long time. So we'll definitely agree on that. I think the only reservations that I have is the extent to which India can afford to, be involved in the process while not negotiating with Taliban. Because if Taliban does in fact come in power in Afghanistan, India, like it or not, will have to indulge with them, and there is only so much that they can do from outside. So I think that's a red flag for India as well, to the extent in which it can be involved, because India also has to look out for its own interests. So I think that striking that balance is the most confusing part, and I think, at least for me, I think there's still a lack of clarity as to the extent to which India can really get involved in this process.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Soumya. Anyone else? Actually, because Professor Guo mentioned about Professor Guo is from education field. So as I know, there is a Peters Chen. Mr. Peters, are you here? Would you like to say something? Because I know you get involved with the education field deeply, so I would like to hear your opinion.
Thank you very much. I'm the director of education division in UCC. I'm from Ministry of Education Taiwan. So as this mentioned, I'm part of education and also.
I couldn't hear you. Sorry, sir. I can't hear you. It's not very clearly. Now it's better. Like there is a huge echo.
It's okay. Right now it's okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, it's audible.
Yes, sir. It's perfect now.
It's fine now. Okay. As I mentioned, that I'm from the Ministry of Education, Taiwan, and I'm very glad that we have Professor Tony Guo. He is the Vice President of the Sijian University in Taiwan, and he mentioned about the NGO and also the educational part that we can work together with Afghanistan. Actually, I would like to provide information. We have 6 students in Taiwan from Afghanistan last year. So maybe in the future we can have some more. Those 6 students, 3 of them they are for degree, and 3 of them they are for Mandarin learning in Taiwan. Although the visa is quite strict, but we still can try that we have some more students from your country, and then we can have much more collaboration to let them understand Taiwan much more. And also like the webinar today and yesterday, I myself learned a lot from our presentation, from the presentations from 3 scholars. So I think the similar webinar can be much more in the universities in Taiwan. If you go back to Afghanistan, if we can have such kind of webinars, and we can continue to let our students understand much more about the information from there. And for the NGO, I would like to say that because I work in the embassy, and actually Afghanistan is not the area of service of our embassy in India. So we will look for other embassies to help a lot. But if there is any platform or contact person, you are welcome to contact me as well. And I would like to say thank you for RU to provide this webinar, and also invite our very respectful scholars from Afghanistan, because I also learned many very insightful and very interesting perspective from your presentation. It's somehow it's different from what I have learned before, but I can understand much more about the external relations, external countries around Afghanistan and what they are concerned. So it's all helpful for us to have much more connection with our scholarship, our scholars. And maybe in the future, I also will contact you through Jessica or through Professor Venkat. And for the other part, because Professor Guo mentioned NGO. Actually, we have more than 50 NGOs. They are working in India and Nepal. So I believe it's a quite powerful way to have the connection with Afghanistan in the future, especially in the culture and education. I think it will benefit for Afghanistan people. And for the others, maybe your academy can have some kind of exchange program with India or with Taiwan. For example, if you can come to the university or academy in India, then we can have further exchange program with Taiwan. Through this way, maybe we also can have some kind of cooperation. But this is only my rough idea. We can have further discussion. So thank you very much.
Before we bring Professor Guo back again, I just want to say something. Sir, you just said because our office in India is not covering Afghanistan. But my question is, what is the closest embassy which can help them to get visa?
Right now, it should be UAE.
Thank you. Okay, Professor Guo.
Yes, first of all, I want to thank Peter Chen for inviting me for joining this very significant events. And as Peter just mentioned, Taiwan's embassy abroad, they because of our spatial international status, making our foreign works extremely difficult and complicated. So I really want to take this opportunity to urge our friends from Afghanistan, from India, from any other else, even though our ambassadors, our foreign workers, working very, very hard for helping Taiwan extend their international connections, international space. However, it would be very, very unrealistic if we only rely on our foreign workers. So that's why I want to take this opportunity to urge our friends to provide any opportunities to us. And we will ask our foreign offices or embassies to help us to build up this bridge. However, otherwise, it will be very limited sources for us to know about the situation in Afghanistan. As Peter just mentioned, Afghanistan is not covered by the Indian office. It is covered by UAE office. But the UAE and Afghanistan is also quite a distance. So it seems to be quite unrealistic for our rely on only Taiwan's workers, foreign workers. So I will foreign offices. So I rather to build up the context directly with you for our professors in Afghanistan, and if you let us know what we can do through this indirect way without government to government, okay, those NGO, third party, whatever channel you can provide it to us, and we will ask help from our foreign offices and or our people in Taiwan, or different sections people in Taiwan. This is how we can build up the long relationship. Okay, and education-wise, I think because of the full support from our government, AV University is very, very ambitious to build up their international contacts through inviting professors or welcoming the students to study here, or doing the exchange here, learning Mandarin here. Those are all very positive. Okay, and we want more first-hand information from Afghanistan. For my own self, I teach international foreign affairs, and all the information regarding Afghanistan seems to be coming from not USA, but either Europe or some other major countries. So I know it can be very biased. So that's why I say these 2 days seminars helped me a lot, that we received the first-hand information from scholars of the Afghanistan, and I myself will knowing better what we can provide to our young people, or maybe our business people, or people from the different section in Taiwan society. This is what I expect to see, to hear from you, to learn from more friends, making more friends, to see what we can work together to helping each others. So that's why I want to back up for Peter's, our foreign embassy in India. And thank you again, and thank you all. I really learned a lot, and looking forward to have our future contacts. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Guo. I would like to say something to our Indian friends here. My Indian friends, you know, because you are close to Afghanistan, so you can see a lot of Afghan communities in India. But to us Taiwanese, this is my first time in my lifetime to see Afghan. So I think a lot of Taiwanese has the same experience as I. So pardon me, just use this time to build up the bridge. So I want more Taiwanese to know Afghan friends, and I also want Afghan friends to know more Taiwanese. So if you want to give us some suggestion, we are happy to accept it. And I actually there are some more Taiwanese friends are here. I'm not sure if Dr. Liu is still here.
Yes, I'm still here, but thank you for mentioning my name. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, sir.
Well, I don't know whether I should consider myself Indian or Taiwanese because we've been staying here for this is our 7th year. So I actually had an Afghani student when I was back in Jindo Global University in North, and during the time actually the Jindo Global University were part of the training programs for the officers from the Afghani government. So we really hope that in the near future we will see, you know, some settlements of the domestic political situation back in Afghanistan, and I hope everyone is safe and sound in this transitional period. And I believe whoever is in power, there is always a need. I mean, in nation building and educational, business, economic, interactions. So the need is always there, but and I totally agree with what Jessica and Professor Guo has mentioned, that India can be used as a platform between Afghanistan and Taiwan, because for a lot of Taiwanese, Afghanistan is a country too far away to imagine what's actually happening on the ground. But fortunately, I learned from Mr. Peter Chen that we at least have 6 Afghan students studying in Taiwan. And just like Professor Guo has mentioned, Taiwan has excelled in many academic or practical or science and technology aspects, especially electronics or agriculture. So I think in the future there will be a lot of space and potentials for people, the Afghani people and the Taiwanese people, to work together. And I hope I can see this soon. And since I'm working in India, so if there is any opportunities you think we can work together, either academically or or other aspect, please let me know. All right, and I should share my contact here as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Liu, for your sincere suggestion. Any other Indian friends want to share your opinion, or you want to ask any question? Dr. Heather, anything to say regarding to those suggestions from Taiwanese? Thank you, Dr. Liu. I got your email ID. And actually, there is one more Taiwanese, since there is no Indian want to respond to my question. No, my Indian friends, you can join us at any time, because this time is yours. And I think it's Professor Wang from Cheng-Gong University. Is Professor Wang here? Professor Wang is gone. Is anyone have any thing to share? Observation?
Yes.
Yes, Dr. Heather, please. Yes, Dr. Heather.
Yes, please contact with Venkat, sir, to wrap up the meeting.
Sure, yes, I will. Because you raise your hand, I have to respond to your request first. So, ladies and gentlemen, please take a 5 minutes break, then we will come back in 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Jessica.
Sir, the session is over.
Okay. So are we going to then? I think we'll have to wait till 5 o'clock for the start of the session.
I told everyone we will come back in 5 minutes. So you can announce.
Okay.
Mr. Parma, you said no audio. You can't hear us.
Yes, now I can hear. Yes,
Okay.
now I can hear.
Okay. Hello? Okay, sure.
Good evening, everyone. I'm not sure whether people are here as yet. I know we've just taken a break, but I thought before we go into the final session, it may be useful to just uh, share some thoughts, share some notes before we kick off and start the final session. So my request is, if you are there, kindly switch on your videos. Thank you, Jitenji. Nice to see you, Roger, once again.
Hello.
So we have now we go into our final session, of course, and any moment we'll be having one of our one of the leadership again in the university join us in the next few minutes. I just thought that this is a good opportunity over the next few minutes to take some feedback and also identify how we can move forward. I just wanted to share with all of you that our school is it's just being established. It's functional from this year. And as I mentioned in the inaugural program, we are offering 7 programs. But in the last 1 year, we've done a lot of hard work in getting all of this together. So we have in the last 1 year offered 3 such programs. This is the 3rd program we've offered. The first program was offered almost exactly a year ago, in September, October 2020, and that was on India's neighborhood affairs. That program was led by our former Foreign Secretary, Indian Foreign Secretary, Ambassador Vijay Gokhale, and our former Ambassador to China, Ambassador Gautam Bambawale. And we had many others also, including experts like Michael Kugelman from the Woodrow Wilson Center. And it was 14 days of very intensive discussions. It was a 2-week workshop, and we had a number of participants, and that was a great success. In February and March, we conducted a workshop on 5 languages. This was a super intensive workshop only on the weekends for a month. We did this on Mandarin, we did this on Arabic, Russian, we did it in Hindi, and we also did it in English, because a lot of nationals from outside, those who are not very fluent with English speaking language, also there was a high demand, and that went off again really well, and we had very good feedback on that. And this is our 3rd program on Afghanistan that we've done. I think we will increase the frequency of our programs going forward, and we look forward to having all of you advise us. I mean, for example, Professor Tony is a very senior person associated with the Taiwanese academia and the educational institution. Roger again has been doing a lot of work with the Flame University in India. I mean, we have a common friend, Jabin, and I'm aware of the activities. Also, we're very happy to have some of our own representatives from various government institutions, Indian government institutions. So we have been able to somehow bring together people who can feed into policy and people who have done years of work on a specific area, and connect them. I think in all these 3 platforms we managed to do that. As I mentioned, in fact, I think it was for us in many ways. I think generally what happens is when you have participation, and especially when you have participation from an organization, you don't end up getting the same people coming back. But the last time in February, March, we had very senior police officers from one of the Indian states take training on languages, and they have come back to actually participate in this particular workshop. So I think that for us was, we felt very good that people were finding it valuable. And one of the things I think two things we do is, one, as our guest of honor for this session joins us, we would like to hear from you over how the last 2 days went. What could we have done better? Our Afghan speakers are here. Me as the organizer with my colleagues, we are here. And we would really like to have a discussion on the intellectual content, on what is it that we did well or we didn't do well. And we want to hear from as many people as possible. So, and we want to do that in front of our guest. The last time when we did a language workshop, we did something interesting. So we had our 5 language teachers train a student who opted by themselves, who volunteered, trained them to speak and give us feedback in that particular language. So we had a very senior officer speak in Mandarin about the program. And the Vice Chancellor last time around, who you saw in the inaugural session, had joined us in the valedictory session. And when he heard that, of course, you don't understand whether they're speaking grammatically right, but the fluency which was there was, something that was very pleasing. We have a number of colleagues from RRU from different domains who are also attending. And one of them spoke in Russian. So it was quite a surprise that, for someone who had just taken training for a number of hours, how were they able to do this? I think the kind of teachers who were there and the way they were actually teaching, all our teachers are native language. So for example, my colleague who's here, Jessica, is the one who's training. And we hopefully have one more of our Taiwanese colleague who will join us very soon. And another colleague of mine, I don't know whether he's here, maybe he's not here right now. But again, somebody who is a Tibetan native, speaks Mandarin very well. So when you learn from native speakers, I think that makes a lot of difference. People tend to learn it quicker and they are more motivated. This is one of the key takeaways for us. I also want to acknowledge Dr. Saurabh, who's been very active, proactively. He's been involved in this program, and we hope that you continue to join us for future programs. I think Dinesh Patel, sir, one of our very senior faculty members from the internal security team at RRU, he has been with us for the last 2 days. And I think, I'm sure, sir, you would want to give some feedback also. But I will just wait for a few more minutes. And as we join, I think if anybody wants to share anything at all, we'll wait for the feedback maybe after our guest joins. But anything at all, if you want to share, please feel free.
Yes, sir, if you permit.
Sure, doctor.
Yeah, it was a really learning experience after a while, because I have been busy with other things and have missed following Afghanistan so rigorously for the last few years, but I could refresh myself. It would be good if you could also provide some reading material. That would have really helped update the scholars before they are coming for such kind of extensive learning program. That would have really helped. Otherwise, it was a really good learning experience for me. Thank you.
So I think we will definitely take that into account, sir. And the next time around, I think this is a great lesson. One of the other things, Jiten sir, I'll just come to you, sir. One of the other things also, I think, was that this workshop was organized with a very specific objective. And that objective was to understand what was happening in Afghanistan and what is happening around Afghanistan through the eyes of Afghanistan. So a lot of what our three Afghan colleagues spoke was also material from the local language. The Dari language and Pashto or Arabic, for example, you know, so many of these languages. I think even Tajiki, for that matter, is quite similar. A lot of it was from the local this thing. So to provide those kind of materials for reading was a little bit of a challenge here. But having said that, I think, Saurabh sir, your point is excellent. What we will try to do, and this, of course, my colleagues are also here, like Dr. Raj Kumar, you know, we'll try to create a small concept note and circulate it, asking some key questions, and then have the discussion. I think that is something we will try to do in the future for sure. So we take that down, sir.
Thank you.
We'll take that down, sir. Jiten sir, please.
Sir, if we we have come to know the scenario of the present Taliban in Afghanistan, we know we have to face that, and we know that consequences and complications will be there in future in the surrounding countries. So we should focus some on the ideologies of the Talibans and the origination of their ideologies and their previous conducts and previous natures of working and previous natures of the resemblance in the Afghanistan. It will be better for us to study that kind of situation also, so that we can understand what will be the strategic view of that Taliban in future,
right,
and what are the resources and what is the human chain in Taliban which is to be activated.
Right, sir. Right, sir. That's very valuable, sir. Thank you so much. I can also see that our guest for the session has joined in as he had promised on time, and I know Dr. Akshat is extremely tied up. We've just had a online interaction somewhere else, and sir was also there. And I don't know how you managed to wriggle yourself out of that, sir, because that was with some very senior officials, of course, from our Indian government institution. But sir, thank you so much, sir, for taking time out. And I would, before I start, sir, I think I would like to just point out to you, sir, that we've had a small group. We faced a couple of challenges. One, of course, was because of the situation in Afghanistan, and it was so rapidly changing. We had to be sensitive to the identities of our speakers also, so that they don't have any challenges when they go back. And so hence we did not push very aggressively outside, except of course for a few select people. And sir, we have today, of course, not everybody has been able to turn up for this final session, sir, because we finished about 15 minutes earlier with the recommendation session. But if I could request some of you please to put on your cameras. I know that most of you are here, and I request if you could just kindly, if it is convenient, please put on your cameras so that we can start off with the final session. So sir, as I said, sir, it's a small group, but we've had very, very quality discussions. I want to just briefly touch upon a few people. Of course, all the participants are important. We've had great support from our colleagues in RRU, sir. So I will not mention them because you know them much better than me. But I will mention, of course, we've have a very strong representation thanks to our close collaboration with our representatives from Taiwan. And Mr. Peters Chen is here, sir. You can see him on camera. He's been with us for the last 2 days, sir, very actively. And we also have another very senior academic from Taiwan, sir, Professor Tony Kuo, who's currently in Taiwan. And again, he's been with us for the last couple of days. And Professor Roger Liu, sir, that you can see on screen again. Also currently in India with the Flame University in Pune. But again, is an expert on international relations, sir. We have some common contacts. And I've heard a lot about his work. So we hope to collaborate with them also for our own IR program. Also, sir, we have a representative from the MHA, and he's been with us for quite some time, sir, Jiten sir. We have representatives from the Delhi police and the Ladakh police, sir. Both of them, of course, not on camera currently. And of course, sir, I cannot, although he's from RRU, but Dinesh sir has been with us on and off whenever possible. And also has participated in this discussion. Also, I must say, sir, one another very active participant has been Dr. Saurabh Sharma, who's also there, and I think he's probably transiting somewhere, which is why maybe sir's camera is not on, but we were just speaking. So although the audience was 20 plus for the entire workshop, sir, we've had very, very qualitative discussions. As I speak, we have another representative from the India Foundation, sir, in Delhi. She's joined us and she was again very active. So I am extremely happy and thankful to each and every one of you for joining us for what is the final session. And I can't be more delighted but to introduce one of our senior leaders in the university. Of course, the Vice Chancellor was very kind enough to attend the inauguration. And as you know, he delivered the inaugural address and spoke on India's stakes in Afghanistan and what is the contribution India has done in the last 20 years and why recent developments in Afghanistan is a concern for us. Today, to end this two-day certificate program, we have Dr. Akshat Mehta, who is currently the Dean of the university. Dr. Akshat, of course, is, I had mentioned that our Vice Chancellor is an expert on international law. Dr. Akshat has done a lot of work on police administration and public administration. He's an authority in this subject and he has two masters in police administration and public administration. He has a PhD in public administration, and between 2008 and 2016, he had been associated with the Punjab University, north of India, for those who may not have come to India. And now, of course, since 2016, Sir has been associated with the Rashtriya Raksha University, which was earlier known as the Raksha Shakti University. This is the first university set up purely focused on internal security in India. This was set up in 2009 and very recently has been, late last year, was declared as an institution of national importance and placed under the Ministry of Home Affairs, and subsequently came to be called the Rashtriya Raksha University, which translates to National Security University, National Defense University. Dr. Mehta was the head of the department and then subsequently the Dean of the School of Internal Security and Police Administration at the Rashtriya Raksha University before Sir assumed the charge of the deanship, and currently he remains the dean. He writes a lot and has several publications to his credit. He has delivered a number of lectures in various national and international platforms, including in Australia and Singapore. He has also been doing a lot of work as a council member of the Police Academic Interaction Forum, which has been set up by the Gujarat Police, and has also been, he's appeared in a number of public platforms as an analyst in his areas of expertise. I can continue to speak about Akshat sir and the various publications he's done, but I don't think he wants me to do that. I have requested sir to share his thoughts today. Sir, over the last 2 days, just very briefly, sir, last 2 days we've had discussions on the US withdrawal in Afghanistan, which has triggered a lot of developments, fast-changing developments, fast-paced developments. And post the US withdrawal, we were looking at the ongoing peace process and what is the role played by the various countries in the peace process. Subsequently, sir, we focused on the most prominent group emerging in Afghanistan as we speak, which is the Taliban. And we got a perspective from an Afghan perspective on the Taliban and the various, maybe factions or power centers within the Taliban and how the Taliban has evolved. And subsequently, we also focused on some of the other ethnic groups that are there in Afghanistan and how they evolved. Post that, we have also focused on the role of regional countries and what is their stake in Afghanistan. So we looked at, for example, Russia, China, Pakistan, Iran, and also Turkey. Briefly discussed Turkey also, sir. And finally, sir, I think one interesting thing that we attempted to do, and this is thanks to the participants and our speakers, we had an entire session just focused on recommendations. So our 3 Afghan scholars have given their recommendations, and what we hope to do, and our team has taken down some of them, sir. As you know, Dr. Rajkumar has joined us recently, and also Dr. Shraddha Rai, who's traveling today, sir. From the Northeast, she is coming back to the campus and hence could not be active because of internet issues. But they, along with my other colleague, Jessica, have been actually taking down some of these notes and observations. And of course, the entire thing logistically has been put together by Dushyant, who you know very well. So he has been very active also and just coordinating among the participants and the organizers. One interesting observation that emerged through the workshop, sir, was that the United States has not left Afghanistan completely. I mean, of course, they are supposed to leave by September 11th. But there was one observation that emerged that they have moved closer to the Afghanistan-Pakistan border. And this is again from local sources, which has not appeared prominently in the media. Of course, there was speculation many weeks ago that the Americans were seeking a base. But that kind of died down and Pakistan denied that vehemently. But we hear from one of our Afghan experts that the Americans have some kind of presence in the region. And so that was one point that emerged. The second point I think that has emerged is that it appears, sir, that the Taliban is set to take power in Afghanistan. They are only a few hundred kilometers away from Kabul. And it appears that there is possibly some kind of internal dynamics at play to allow the Taliban to take over power in Afghanistan. This was another perspective that emerged, that in many places there was hardly any resistance put up, and that the United States has some understanding with the Taliban. And hence, as long as the Taliban is not going to associate itself with many of the international terror groups, whether that is the Al-Qaeda or the ISIS or the ETIM, as long as they don't associate themselves with these groups, it appears that the Taliban will be allowed to continue to retain some kind of power and influence in Afghanistan. All the 3 speakers indicated that the United States was not really sincere with efforts to strengthen democracy and to allow for a stable government to remain in Kabul. All the three speakers also mentioned that not enough was done over the last 20 years to build the capability of the Afghan National Security Force. So these were some of the observations that emerged. And of course, sir, on the recommendations, unfortunately, I was, as you know, sir, I was not in the session, so I couldn't completely follow up. But we will, of course, submit a report through our university leadership, and hopefully that will go to the government subsequently, sir. So, sir, with those words, I request you now to kindly, share your observations.
Thank you so much, Dr. Venkateshwaran, for providing an overview of whatever has taken place for the last 2 days out here. You rightly have specified, underlined, emphasized that, I mean, probably in terms of the numbers, the quantitative representation as such might not have been that pretty substantial, but in terms of the quality of the deliberations, based upon all the aspects which you have just now touched and briefed to all of us, I feel that, I mean, the quality has been of the highest standards as far as these deliberations are concerned. Friends, all the dear participants out there from India and abroad, it has been a tough and a challenging kind of a times for all of us to be debating and discussing about, as Dr. Venkateshwaran rightly said, very I mean, dynamically or fast changing situation as far as the ground situation in Afghanistan is concerned. All I can start from is by quoting Ashraf Ghani at one point of time, that we are two countries who share probably thousands of ties and millions of memories together. So as far as India and Afghanistan are concerned, these 1,000 ties and millions memories and maybe more is something which binds us together all the time, and that probably would be one of the very important reasons why this very important school of Rashtriya Raksha University, the School of International Cooperation, Security and Strategic Languages, being headed by Dr. Venkateshwaran and ably supported by Madam Jessica out here, Dr. Rajkumar, Madam Shraddha Rai now, and the person whom I know quite well by now, as Venkateshwaran sir said, Mr. Dushyant out there. I mean, all of us have been continuously deliberating upon the fast-changing scenario as far as Afghanistan is concerned. The very fact that we had 4 international scholars from Afghanistan stationed out here at Rashtriya Raksha University for a considerable period of time now. And as I see Muhammad Hakim Haider Sahab out there in front of me, or as I see Abdul Khalik Firdaus or Kamaluddin Sahem out there, and I'm missing my friend Ziaul Haq Zia out there. But all of you being here and trying to work upon the developments in your own domain and looking into the ties which Afghanistan and India has shared for a longer duration goes on to speak about the sincerity which both these countries have shared for a substantial period of time. We probably need not go and delve into the history and go back as long as the era of epics out there and look into the aspects of Mahabharata, where Gandhar and India and the other regions were having the kind of close relationships with one another. I'm also not going a bit far back and trying to look into the aspects where the people of Afghanistan and people of India have always had a close proximity with one another in terms of culture, in terms of economical ties also for that matter. The Gurudev Rabindranath Tagore, who has been one of the legends as far as creating, the national anthems for India, Bangladesh, and inspiring the national anthem of Sri Lanka also, creating a wonderful sketch of Kabuliwala at one point of time. Every single Indian during his school days have gone through that kind of an aspects of what it means for a person from Afghanistan, the kind of integrity, the value system, the love, affection which this person has, and all those aspects have been wonderfully penned down in several of the cinema, folklores, and movies of India also. I mean, Firdaus Saab and Kamaluddin, Muhammad Hakim Haider, and others would remember the depiction by people like Balraj Sahani in several movies, where they're trying to put across "Ye Mere Pyare Watan," the kind of feelings which are reflected. I would wish actually that the others who have joined us from different countries would be able to feel the kind of emotion and the warmth which has been flowing for God knows thousands of years between Afghanistan and India. Not to miss out on Amitabh Bachchan and Khuda Gawah, for that matter, and other aspects of depiction as such. Now, this is one aspect where we try to correlate both the countries, and I said thousands of ties and millions of memories would be probably, even that would be an understatement for the bonhomie and the equation which these two countries have shared. Our freedom movements have had, I mean, collaborative thought processes. The very fact that we had Abdul Ghaffar Khan Sahib being given one of the highest awards from the India is also something which goes on to carry the legacy of Mahatma Gandhi ji, and the way these entire ideas got tied up together. So the lal kurtis or the red shirts, as people would call them, and the way the message of non-violence was carried forward from India to Afghanistan, from Afghanistan to the world around, is something which we need to really be pondering over at this stage of time. I know this might sound totally out of sync with the actual conditions which are taking place in Afghanistan, but I would still emphasize that when we look into a greater journey of time, there are certain things which will withstand the test of the time. And I sincerely believe the kind of messages which would flow from India and Afghanistan, the history of India and Afghanistan, would be ultimately about peace and non-violence, rather than the kind of turmoil into which we are witnessing the region to be in right now. So this is one part of it. Through our sense of certain aspects which are happening all around us, and to be able to contribute in terms of policy making, the way the metamorphosis is taking place as far as policies are concerned, the way the international cooperation and relations between countries are taking shape, particularly as far as India and Afghanistan is concerned. So I'm really, pleased to know that Venkateshwaran sir and his school thought of this kind of a certificate program. They thought of four major topics of discussion. The first being implications of US withdrawal from this larger region, which, as you mentioned, that probably Mohammad Haider Saab and others have tried to put across a different perspective, that the US is not withdrawing. Probably it has just shifted its larger operations to, if I have heard correctly, Venkateshwaran sir, the FPAC region probably is something which he has tried to put across. The policy decisions of the governments would change. This has happened in terms of USA. From one administration to another, sometimes things change. Their perspectives about the situation also changes. What was a thought process of probably from the Bush era to the Clinton era to the Biden era, or from the Trump era to the Biden era, we might have come across some shift as far as their entire focus upon the US's policy in this region is concerned. I would tend to, agree to a certain extent. I think there was few seconds lag here and there, but I'm back.
That's right.
So,
That's right.
so probably this withdrawal might not be a complete 100% kind of a withdrawal thing, because as one of the remaining superpowers, and balance as far as possible, vis-a-vis the possibility of the growth of the other emerging superpower, that is China. So it may not be a very easy kind of a decision for it to take. In the first place, when we look back a couple of decades, we saw when it entered completely into the Afghanistan region, it was vis-a-vis the other cold power, the other Cold War power of the then USSR, and trying to look into where its strategic interests are there. So, as Venkateshwaran sir just briefed us, which emerged from all the deliberations which took place in these 2 days, that possibility cannot be ruled out, that the complete withdrawal as it has been projected may not be a complete withdrawal at all. It might be that the direct involvement of US in the dimensions which are taking place out there may not be that direct every able to sorry. So this is just one thought process. The people there on the ground out there in Afghanistan, that is Muhammad Hakim Haider Saab, Ziaul Haq Ziaji, Firdaus, Sahim, Kamaluddin, would be able to better, project it and pitch forth it about what has emerged from your deliberations in the 2 days, and how I am also trying to look at it, sitting a bit away from the actual ground situation out there. But this is an analysis based upon whatever has taken shape in the last couple of decades as far as this particular region is concerned. So this is one aspect, the implications of US withdrawal, whether withdrawal is taking shape or not in complete sense. We have seen occasional, or probably some would say frequent, bombing of the rampaging army of Taliban in certain places by the US forces. So that probably is slight indication of the things to be there in times to come also. The implications, if this withdrawal to a large extent takes place, are huge. You have already touched upon them, and I look forward to the kind of recommendations which are likely to emerge from the group of discussion which has taken place out here. I do see, as if the history is trying to repeat itself also in terms of its implications on India's internal security in the